thank you so much. Today is Monday, March 18th, 2024. The time is 6 p.m. We'll go ahead at this time and call the meeting to order. Ms. Garcia, can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Walter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Cortez. Here. Councilmember Neal. Councilmember Buccellato.
Here.
And Councilmember Jose Maldonado.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you so much. At this time, please rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we'll go ahead with our first call to the public. Call to the public for public comment on issues within the jurisdiction of the Town Council. Our council rules limit public comment to 3 minutes, and individual council members may respond to criticism made by those commenting, may ask staff to review a matter raised, or may ask that a matter be placed upon a future agenda. However, members on the council shall not discuss or act on any matter during an open call to the public unless those matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. I do have 2 written requests, and I do see 2 hands raised as well. I'm going to take them in the order that I received them. First, Ms. Kathy Adam.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Kathy Adam, 240 East Ruggles. I'd like to speak a little bit about all the development that is on your agenda south of the Gila, and it's quite a lot and it's quite exciting. I am on planning and zoning, and I've made my issues very clear there. I did vote for both of these developments, but I keep asking the question, where is the town to be working in parallel with these developers? They do their due diligence on the roads, and they do their half a road. Well, that doesn't work unless you have the other half of a road. And so what I'm trying to say is we've lived through Hunt Highway. We knew when Pulte started building that that road would have to be widened. I think we have to start our planning a little sooner in the cycle than we did with Hunt Highway. So as these developers start building out in phases, we should be right alongside of them and know and anticipate if there are any major issues such as intersections, right-of-ways, railroads, tribes, whatever the issue is. That shouldn't be a surprise, and we should not get stuck in those traffic issues that we kind of created for ourselves. So I have to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Adam. Mr. Eaton?
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Keith Eaton, 7200 West Heritage Way in Florence. Tonight I just want to address a couple things with the Multi-Generational Center. Tonight I don't want to talk about why, when, how much, what we're going to pay for it. That's at a later date when you do your presentations. Tonight I just want to talk about the meetings that we had that you put on. February 13th was a great meeting downtown, well attended by staff, well attended by council. March the 7th, we had one at Sun City and then at Parkside that virtually no one knew about. I did know about it. The Sun City side HOA sent out an email. I knew about it because I pay attention to this kind of stuff too. And so I had lost my email. I went to the town site. Nothing was on the town calendar. There was nothing on the town website about it. So moved forward to that night. I went. It happened to be wine night, which usually has about 100 people in the ballroom. So I thought, wow, this is a great group of folks that come to watch this and come to see this presentation. As it turned out, they weren't there for the presentation. No signage to get in. I had to go back to ask where it was at. It was put in a very small room, no council. Two people, Jeff and Paul, who done a great job trying to answer the question of 5 people. So I'm wondering why 5 people from Sun City were at that meeting when generally Sun City folks are very up on what's going on in this town. In surveying a lot of people and on social media, it seems that they just didn't know about it. And that was it. Now, I will tell you that I know for a fact we did get one email from our Sun City HOA. HOA in Sun City sends emails out constantly, so I could see where people would not open it possibly. Then surveying the Parkside folks, including some council members, didn't know about it on the Parkside that night, which was at 6 o'clock prior to us on the 7 o'clock. I'd run out of time. I simply ask, in order for you to get a true survey of the town, to please reschedule those with appropriate signage and appropriate notification, and sure like to see the council there. Thank you very much.
So I just want to take a moment to respond. And I agree with Mr. Eaton. That evening, I ended up finding out about the open forum in the Sun City area and Parkside from our town PIO. And when I had responded, I'm not going because I was volunteering at Feed My Starving Children that evening with my daughter and her softball team, I was disappointed because I didn't see any signage. I didn't receive any invitation to it, and as clearly other council members did not know either, direction has been given to reschedule 2 dates, one in the Sun City area, one in the Parkside area. So we are going to be moving forward with that, and we do have the expectation that it will be properly advertised as everything else is properly advertised. We had the meeting down here and it was advertised all over. We expect the same for up there as well. Ms. Ramirez, you are next.
Hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so I hope I have all my notes ready because the agenda is not loading on my laptop at this moment. But Kathy, I'm glad that you attended as a resident and as a commissioner, because this building is a high priority for a lot of the people here in town. And one thing I do want to stress to the people of Florence too, get your butts to the meeting and talk and get your opinions out and your concerns to the council on the record, okay? And speak about what you want for our town. This is our town. It's not just the council members' town, it's our town. So with that being said, you know, this agenda is very shocking to a lot of us people who are concerned about the roads, who are concerned about all this infrastructure that our town really is not ready to have. And honestly, shame on you developers who are coming here, who want to build all this high-density housing and squeeze every inch out of these properties with knowing that all of the roads around here are an absolute mess. Many of us don't want this high density in this little area where our roads don't support what we even have now. And I have no idea why you commissioners, you planning and zoning commissioners, are approving this stuff knowing this. I don't get it. I see that Steve Click Fix is on the agenda. You guys created an absolute fiasco and a war against the neighbors in town, narking on each other for weeds and whatever. It's nonsense, it's harassment, and you guys need to just get rid of that program. Unless you like to see the neighbors in town fighting because of code violations and weeds, I guess have at it. That's what you guys like because you have authority up there, and I say scrap the damn program. I don't know why you guys wasted all that money to pit the people against each other. That's exactly what that freaking program did. You know it, you see it all the time, and you sit up there and laugh about it. It's been 2 years knowing that it's creating ruckus within the residents, and you guys just let it happen. The work session is on the agenda tonight. I don't see anything about these meetings going on YouTube. I hope that you guys approve it and let Zoom and give the call to the public, give us an opportunity to talk at the beginning, but I think these should also go on YouTube, just like your council meetings. And I'm unfortunately going to run out of time before I'm silenced by the mayor.
For the record, I didn't silence her. The timer goes off automatically. But thank you. I do want to take a minute just to respond to the C-Click fix. We have an agenda item on that as well this evening. And in other communities, it works pretty efficiently, and we are looking at how it can work more effectively and efficiently here. The purpose behind it is most certainly not to pit anybody against anybody else. The purpose behind it is you're driving down a road, you see a pothole, there's something that maybe somebody has not seen yet from the town. Take a picture of it, report it. The town goes, fixes it, marks it complete. That's the intention, to serve the people. So, as I mentioned, we do have some.
Mayor, I would like to make a comment as well.
Go ahead.
I can't think of a single time that council has been alerted of the nastiness that happens on C-Click Fix, that we sat up here and found it comical, hilarious, or pleasing. It is very disappointing that our community chooses to treat each other that way. But then again, I look at the other social media sites that I have been banned from, most of us have been banned from, and the comments made about us that we don't get to defend ourselves either. So we are not laughing at C-Click Fix. We know its issues, but we know its purpose, and we know it'll, if used properly, it will actually be a great system for our community. It's unfortunate some choose to use it in a different manner.
All right. Did you want to say something as well? Okay. Next up is Ms. Cox.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council. I'm a lifelong resident here in Florence, and yeah, the click and fix it is a whole other story in itself. It's very juvenile. We all need to band together as a community, help neighbors, instead of reporting and tattletaling, in my opinion. Another thing is I think Florence is getting too big for their britches, having too many things happening all at one time. I think everyone needs to sit down, regather, focus on what we need to become a close-knit community. Open doors, open your voices, reach out. There should be no gray area. And with all the development, I'm wondering how does that affect the 10-year plan, the 10-year growth plan? These developments are just taking advantage of the little people and to fill their pockets, and we should band together to support what we already have and thrive on what we already have instead of all this entanglement with other bull crap going on. I think it's too much at one time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Maldonado?
Hi, Council. I'd just like to make a comment. I don't know if this is allowed, but I'm going to throw it out there. Each week, people have their right to say whatever they like, and I feel that I would like to see Courtney Ramirez run for council. Rather than bringing problems, she needs to go up there and make solutions. And anyone else. It's open, join council and see what it's all about. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Maldonado, and just a little plug for our council packets. We have council packets and everything open until April 1st is the filing deadline. Come see Lisa Garcia at Town Hall. All right, next up, we have Mrs. Haar.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. My name is Sherry Haar. Born and raised in Florence as well. See that there's some people are talking about C-Click Fix. I was there in the inception when you guys voted, or most of you voted on behalf of C-Click Fix. If this program is ran correctly, with the correct staff behind it, I know that myself and some other community members said the program is only going to be as good as the gatekeeper. And I think you all agreed at that time, the people that were up in council at that time did agree to that. The program is not to snitch on anybody. The program is there to make our community safe for other community members as well as staff. As simple as that. It's not to snitch on anybody, and if that's your mentality, then that's your mentality. I had an individual tell me, I'm not an inmate, therefore snitching does not apply. That applies when you are in a prison environment, which we are not. Another person I know on social media, then you should get out and help. Guess what? I have. I haven't seen anybody else besides people in council and Ms. Reese go out and help when they have Make a Difference Day. So those individuals, oh, you should get out and help. I have, but I sure haven't seen you there. So instead of us pointing fingers at each other, why don't we pull together once again and help each other out? Because this program can be beneficial. I don't want an HOA. My house would not approve to be in an HOA. But it doesn't mean that I have weeds 10 feet in my yard. I have dog feces all in my yard. I no longer have my fifth will in my easement because it was against an ordinance. So again, if we could all work together versus pointing fingers, I think we'd have a win-win. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Joe?
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I will piggyback a little bit off of what Ms. Haar said. I was there at the inception of the program as well. I continue to utilize the program. It has never been my intent or any of my quote-unquote minions, as has been said on social media, to report anybody or to bully anybody. In fact, what's happening is the naysayers are jumping on now on C-Click Fix and trying to bully and accuse of doing illegal things, which is all ridiculous because none of that is happening. And I've even invited one individual to come with me and let's go speak to the chief of police and see just how illegal using this particular program is. I am personally glad. We are looking at decades and decades of hot mess in our community. And I will say this once and I will say it 1,000 times after today. We deserve as community members to live in a community that is free of hazardous situations. If I felt that this was just about weeds, okay, I'm not gonna waste my time just on weeds. It goes deeper. And for those of you that are downing others that are using this program, you need to educate yourself the manner in which you think that we need to too. And no, Sherry hit the nail right on the head. We need to get together and stop all this warmongering that's going on social media and all the ridiculousness. There are answers to all of this. You just have to be willing to get involved and do your research. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there anybody else who would like to speak this evening before I close call to the public? Please come forward, ma'am, and then please state your name into the microphone.
Hi, I'm Heather Green. I'm that person she wants to take with you over there to see the violation. That violation she speaks of is, I went to look at the wall today. It was a picture taken over a cement wall that's over 6 feet, okay? I stood by it. I'm 5'8", it was way over my head. She took a picture over that cement wall with her phone, okay? That's not in normal view, every day's normal view. That's invasion of privacy, I do believe, to take a picture over somebody's cement wall in their backyard for 6 little piles of dog poop. Okay? There's another house she took a picture of over a cement wall in the same HOA. This is what I have a problem with, okay? I told her on the app that was invasion of privacy, and it is. I've talked to it's not Curtis, but I've talked to another Pinal County code enforcement officer, and they did tell me that yes, that is invasion of privacy. There are laws being broken over See-Click Fix, and I do have a problem with that. That is very true. I have been on there and I have told her about this several times when she's done things, okay? Yes, have I harassed her? Maybe a little bit, because she's on there nitpicking so much to so many people, her and Sherry, okay? It's not right. It's not cool. She doesn't care about the people that are in the homes. All she cares about is the outside, okay? She doesn't care if they're elderly. She doesn't care if they're sick. She doesn't care what these people are going through, and I'm tired of that, okay? I've had it. I myself am disabled, and she has turned me in. I got turned in within 24 hours of moving into my house, okay? For bulk trash. I didn't know the rules for bulk trash. So that's what set me off. Another problem that I have is that everybody got turned in on Ruggles for weeds. They got 10 days to fix the problem and got cited within 6. What's up with that? Also on November 6th, y'all sat up here and assured everybody that their properties were going to be fine and that we were all safe from See-Click Fix. And then there's a house on Central that got a lien put on it for weeds. We're not safe from See-Click Fix. I do have a problem with that, especially since November 6th on an hour 50 and 6 seconds is when y'all start.
So it timed you out. Now, what I will do is, because I want to take a moment to respond, because we've heard from a lot of people this evening, so you can, if you want to sit down that way. We've heard from a lot of people this evening regarding See-Click Fix. The program itself does work, but as we're hearing from people who are communicating, we clearly need to have some guidelines which are being put forth, and we want to hear feedback from the public regarding these guidelines. But also, now this is the coach in me, I coach, youth sports. We need to have ground rules and communicate in a respectful way. I would like to, and I'm giving direction to Lisa, I'd like to set up a meeting because I feel that tonight's call to the public, there's a lot of communication through this open forum call to the public when really we need to get you guys in a room to talk. So I'd like to help facilitate that. I'm gonna have I'll have him there. And Ms. Buccellato, would you like to speak?
Yes, I would like to participate in that discussion if possible.
Okay. All right, absolutely.
And can we get clarification on a property that is being stated there is a lien put for weeds? Because that would be news to all of us, and
they usually come before us. The liens come before us, and they did not come before us. So that was my next question.
That's why I'm asking for clarification, because we have not seen that happen.
I would be happy to address it during the agenda item.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Is there anybody else who has not spoken yet who would like an opportunity to speak? Yes, ma'am, please come forward. And whoever online has ADP written, if you could fix your name so we can see your first and last name, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jasmine Lopez. I hate coming up here, really do, and I am so sorry. I did notice a lot of people laughing at Courtney, but okay, childish first and foremost. Second, there is a lot of little snitch, quote unquote, with that app. We all downloaded it, we all see it. I know you guys are looking towards figuring out how this can better the town. I do know of 2 elderly women that got cited for their properties. They're in their 90s. And it took them well over the 10 days to get it together, but they've been here they're the 3rd generation here, or the beginning of the 3rd generation here. They're in their 90s, they need help. They don't need citations, they need help. A lot of us do. I have almost a 1/4 acre here in town, and me and my boyfriend been working on it. We've been working with Curtis. He's awesome. I don't think he's lazy in any way, shape, or form. He's been nothing but good to us the whole time. Yeah, we do need to have a separate agenda for that Click Fix It, though. There's just not enough time on that clock. So, that aside, anyways, the housing development going off of 287, being built around my ranch, I'm just wondering, has anyone called Game and Fish to check on, we have barrel owls, we have horned owls. I'm just wondering where they're gonna go. We go out on our horses and ride, and we love to see our owls. We love to see our badgers. And that's soon to be lost if we don't figure something out. I don't think it's fair that there's gonna be an HOA right next to my ranch, literally a block wall, and then it's HOA. Just wondering, I got livestock guardian dogs out there that bark all hours of the day, all night. How many complaints is it gonna take until I have to get rid of my guardian dogs that have been there before we even thought of that being an HOA? So it's just, I know we're talking about grandfather's rights, we're talking about inheritance rights. Am I gonna lose my privilege once my property, that's a whole nother discussion too, but either way, right now the land is being used for agricultural use, and I think we need to preserve that. There's a lot of us that don't live fantasy of the West. We are the West. It is not our fantasy, it is our livelihood. Is what we've been doing. I'm 5th generation to carry that on. My kids will be 6th generation. And they're also, I'm not sure what generation of family they are here, but they will be 6th generation hobby farmers. And when the pandemic hit, I was a crazy chicken lady and I became everybody's best friend. We help our community in the best of ways. We want to continue that. We don't want to see it gone. HOA being next to us, we're gonna have to limit what we can do. And we don't want that. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. I will respond, because you had mentioned Arizona Game and Fish and some of the wildlife. All of the builders do participate in the environmental impact studies. All of that is reported. Obviously, whenever there's certain species that are around, they obviously take all of that into consideration. And when it comes to building and development, know that some of these plans have been in effect for decades. The land had already been purchased and zoned, gone through the process, and continues to be updated, through P&Z. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that and has that information. All right, yes ma'am, come on up.
Just about took somebody's head off back there. I'm Marion Palaya. Thank you for listening to me for a minute. This is also about C-Click Fix, and Councilperson Buccellato asked, about remedies at the last meeting, and we have a group that meets with south of the Gila people, and we meet occasionally and talk about things like this. And one of the things we've discussed is there are a lot of people in this town that are willing to help, It's just that we need a mechanism for doing that. Like we've talked about renting dumpsters ourselves and putting them downtown. And it would be really nice to cooperate in some way with the town to get people the help that they need. We've heard this over and over tonight. There are a lot of people in this town that need help that don't, that aren't getting it, basically. And as far as the way the program operates, I'm sure it operates very well in other towns, but it's not operating very well in this one, and it's not because the community has chosen to fight on social media and on See-Click-Fix. I think it's the frustration from the community is the way it's being implemented, how the town is prioritizing it. And I don't know who makes those decisions. I doubt that it's Curtis who's saying, I'm going to go pick on this guy at the corner of Ruggles and Pinal for 5 weeds, and then cite him in 5 or 6 days instead of the 10 that he was supposed to get. And when we see things like that, we're going, what is going on here? So, maybe we can do Florence Makes a Difference Day more than once a year, something like that. And, if we would be happy to attend a meeting to sit down and talk about this and figure out how we can actually help people instead of punishing them. And this is a south of the Gila issue, obviously. And we would like to see things change with this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I always appreciate when citizens come up and they speak and they also have solutions. I love dumpsters downtown, and I remember when we had dumpsters downtown, but we ended up being so criticized for them and they ended up getting taken away. If we could find a spot for them to be downtown, the town has access to them within our contract. So that's something that we could look at again as a town. Secondly, I'd like our staff to review, because I'm unaware of anybody being cited within 5 to 6 days instead of 10, as well as that priority of what's being cited. I'd like to see a report on that. And lastly, I wholeheartedly agree with you, and we've actually had conversations about Make a Difference being more than once a year. So yes, let's have those conversations, because I'd love to help plan and participate. Yes, sir. Come on up, Mr. Rankin.
I'm probably going to surprise you, but I like your program that you have put in place for notifying the town of things that need to be corrected. Having more eyes out in the public is a good thing. To have them helping the police department when they see something that's going wrong, or the fire department when they see a fire hazard, so that it can be reported to the town. Now, the one thing, communication is the big thing that's not getting out, I think. You can do everything on a computer, and you text one another on your telephones, but face-to-face communications, or even a telephone call to somebody, will stop a lot of this bickering between neighbors. That's not what the program is for. That program is out there as a public safety issue for the citizens of this community or those that are passing through our town, in case somebody sees something that somebody from Public Works, the police department, the fire department, has not noticed and hadn't been brought to their attention. So the program needs to be stay in place with some guidelines to when it's a neighbor fighting a neighbor. They got courts for that. That's not where the town becomes involved in it. You guys are doing a good job with this program. I think it's good. But the trouble is communicating back to the people in person, not on a damn teletype, and I'm going back in years now, or a computer. How many here know what a teletype was? There's only a couple of them, I think. I know there's 2 in here about my age, so they know what it is. But I think that's where we need to do, is we need to communicate with the citizens and making complaints. And if it is a neighbor-on-neighbor deal and is not justified, then tell them so. And tell them the way to go through it is go through the courts. Period. End of story. You don't have to send a police officer out to give somebody a ticket for, having a dead dog in their yard or something like that. But let's just try to communicate with the people more, get the information back to them, and I think we'll have to stop with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else? Yes, sir, come on up.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Bob Tapia, and I live at 144 South Willow Street. Been in Florence for about 10 years or so, and love the town. I think the C-Click Fix program, I don't want to beat this issue to death, but I think overall it's working pretty good. It definitely needs some tweaking, as people have mentioned, with the communication. But two of the things that I'm finding out is that the most egregious offenders of the program are properties that are vacant and are often owned by, or almost exclusively owned by people who do not live in Florence, don't even live in Pinal County. And those are the ones with the 4 to 5 foot high weeds, holes in the ceilings, and just total disrepair. And we have also some issue with historical properties too, that they're not being monitored. There's some buildings that may not have a plaque, but they're clearly over 100 years old, and nobody's monitoring that. And I was hoping that the historical district advisory committee can take a closer look at those properties and kind of monitor them. We as citizens shouldn't have to report stuff when there's trees growing right against them. They're clearly fire hazards. I don't know if the fire chief or anybody else has any concerns, but I mean, these are some really neat properties right off of one street, off of Main Street, on Granite Street, and they're pretty neat homes. They're at least 100 years old, and I think we should be taking a look at those and getting after these out-of-town people who have properties here who aren't doing them. Some of them are right on Main Street, and I think the city council is going to have to eventually deal with them. Either get in there and make these folks fix their properties. There's ones right on Main Street with holes right in the roof, and they're papered up so nobody can see them, but we all know what's going on there. And so it's like everybody has their blinders on and they don't want to see it. So I think the town but if we need to report and we need to get some of these issues resolved. And they've been this way I've seen these properties like this for 10 years and nobody's doing anything about them. So I know it gets really difficult if we have to condemn them, and we certainly don't want to do that. We don't want to demolish them, but we need to see if we can get to kind of restore some of these properties. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, is there anybody else this evening? All right, we are going to go ahead and close the first call to the public. There will be a second call to the public. And our next item is our public hearings and presentations. Item A is a Pinal County presentation on roadway maintenance and improvement funds. Mr. Chris Salas.
Do we have the PowerPoint or? Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Dedrick Denton. I am the Transportation Planning Manager for Pinal County Development Services. I also have Tara Harmon here with me as well, and she's our Senior Planner with Development Services. And I want to thank you guys and your staff for giving us the opportunity to give you an update on the Transportation Maintenance and Improvement Fund. So the Public Works Department in Pinal County, we do receive our revenue through 3 different sources. Our first source that we do get is from our vehicle license fund, and this is our registration when we all register our cars within Arizona. Our second source of revenue service is our Highway User Revenue Fund, and for short, this is HERF. This is our gasoline tax. That tax has not been raised since 1991. And lastly is our half-cent excise tax, and this is what we're here to talk to you all today. The first 2 funds is basically we use that fund for operational expenses, and then that half-cent excise tax, that's what we use to improve maintenance and preservation of our roadways. And we do have a statement down at the bottom that states that property taxes do not pay for roads in the unincorporated portion of Pinal County. We do have some of our citizens are a little confused, and they think that their property taxes do pay for maintaining and preserving those roads. But if you live in the unincorporated part of Pinal County, that's not on your tax statement. Little history on the half-cent excise tax. The tax has been in existence for nearly 40 years. The tax does help improve streets and roadways within the county and also in our incorporated areas. The tax did pass in 1986. At that time, we did have 100,000 people in Pinal County. Through Proposition 400, it passed a little bit over 51%, and then that did sunset in December 31st, 2006. Our voters did renew it back in 2005. At that time, the county's population was 235,000. That was also through Proposition 400, and then overwhelmingly, 73% of the voters did pass it. And it's due to sunset here in December 31st, 2026. And I just want to make a statement that that is not the same as Proposition 417 or Proposition 469 that the voters voted for back in 2022 that deals with the Pinal Regional Transportation Authority. The Transportation Improvement and Maintenance Program does help distribute and pay for local projects on the unincorporated parts of Pinal County. It is a population-based formula, so not only the county, but our 10 municipalities, they also receive a share of the revenue. We do use the fund for road repairs and construction projects. I also use it for traffic safety improvements, road preservation, and intersection improvements. So there's a wide array of uses that we do use the fund for. We do have 4 goals for the fund. One is to improve public safety. So we want to make sure that our streets are well connected within the county to reduce the emergency response times. And then also that also helps the quality of life of our citizens within Pinal County. We also want to manage growth. We want to reduce traffic congestion and also maintain our quality life in Pinal County. And then the other part is protecting the taxpayers. It is a little cheaper to maintain and preserve our roads than to rebuild them, so it is a cost saving when we do have this fund to maintain and preserve those roads. And lastly is air quality. We do have some areas within the county that are in non-attainment areas, so it does help when we do pave the dirt roads within those non-attainment areas to reduce airborne dust pollution. And this is a financial slide. This is money that we received directly from the Arizona Department of Revenue. Last fiscal year, we received a little bit over 36 million, and that's about a little over 3 million per month. This fiscal year so far, we have received a little over 26 million, and then that's also is still tracking around a little over 3 million per month. And this distribution chart shows how that funding is distributed amongst the county. And for the town of Florence, last fiscal year, you guys received a little bit over 2.5 million from the fund. And then this fiscal year, you guys have received a little bit over 1.5 million. averaging a little bit over 222,000 per month. And then with that, I'm going to give it to Chris. He's going to give you some fun facts and data and talk about some projects in the Florence community.
Before I get started on our projects, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that this problem has been coming our way, quite honestly, for 40 years, if not at least the last 20 plus years. I remember starting my career and having these conversations. We started talking about the raising of pressure in large vehicles, essentially semis. We saw the future of electric vehicles. We saw the more efficient use of vehicles in general. So the attack on us, our ability to maintain our roads, has been going on for 20 plus years. So this is not something new. The town uses our half-cent for a variety of essentially pavement preservation projects or road maintenance projects. So depending on the area, in Anthem, we typically, because we have new streets that were paved by the development community, we have the ability to use our HA5 projects and our micro seal projects. And so we're averaging approximately 12 lane miles per year. In the downtown, where we're trying to maintain the roads, we're utilizing a chip seal, and we're averaging approximately 8.58 lane miles per year. The chip seal is a little bit more expensive, and so we try to kind of balance that out. Each year, our priority is the roads that need it the most, not necessarily where they fit in a particular area, but we try to have equity amongst the different areas as everyone's population goes into this fund or is a part of the formula for this fund. And then we also do our overlays, full depth reconstruction projects, so often what people just refer to as our paving projects, and we also, which is about 1.38 lane miles. Now those projects can be substantially more expensive, somewhere on the order of $1 million per lane mile to reconstruct a road versus a couple dollars per square yard. And then we obviously crack seal throughout our year. Typically, most of the crack sealing occurs before the project. So you'll see us crack sealing in the winter for the HA5 projects that will be coming, crack sealing in the winter before the chip seal projects will be coming. We do have a GIS layer that we track all of our projects. We are in the process of actually hopefully in the near future coming back to council for an asset management software, first for the utility division, then some of the other different divisions, and eventually the street division. So the different colors have in the legend there, and so you can see all of the roads that we've done in Anthem, all the roads we've done in the downtown, all the roads that we've done in Florence Gardens. It is kind of impossible to read. It was just meant to be kind of a big picture, not necessarily zoomed in to read how many miles were in each area. These are also broken down into each year, so we are able to track what we do each year, because we don't want to go back and repeat a road a year later or 2 years later. These are some of the pictures that we have. Our Arizona Farms asphalt overlay. That was a 2-year project, so we split that project up over 2 fiscal years. I think it was FY19 and FY20, just typical chip seal project. This was the full depth reconstruction project in Florence Gardens there. That road was brand new. And then another one of the major projects that was done was the Hunt Highway reconstruction, which would have been north of Franklin Road.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Tara Harmon. I am a Senior Transportation Planner with Pinal County, and I am just going to wrap it up really quickly for you guys. Kind of reiterate a few things and points that Chris and Dedrick both marked. One being, you'll see up there, Pinal County's population currently is a little over 460,000 currently. When this tax was established, it was about 100,000. When it was renewed nearly 20 years ago, it was about 235,000. and we're just going to continue to grow. So we need to continue to establish this funding source or reauthorize this funding source so that we can maintain the infrastructure. It's obvious we're behind the times. We're not caught up with the infrastructure. This is the best we can do to establish it and keep it moving forward with maintenance. As part of our efforts, we started our public outreach and community feedback in January at the beginning of the year. Now, currently in April to May, we're going to do some potential renewal discussions, hopeful to call for an election in May. So from June to November, we will begin our election information and hopefully go for election or reauthorization of the fund on November 5th of this year, or of 24. This is just an example of what's going to happen if we don't have this maintenance fund. We are going to have roads that begin to deteriorate. And as Chris stated earlier, it's considerably more expensive to rehab a roadway, to reconstruct it, than it is to maintain it. So without the funding to at least maintain, we're going to have situations like this, and then we're going to be really in the hole because we cannot afford to reconstruct. Coming up on April 1st at the library across the road, we will host an open house for the public to come out and talk to us and understand exactly what it is we do and how this fund works, not only through Pinal County, but for the town of Florence and all the municipalities throughout the county. We'd love to see everybody there. We have some flyers on the back table, so please pick one up on your way out. And with that, I will accept any questions the council may have.
Council, do you have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead, council member.
If you have a community that is in unincorporated Florence, and they have a road that is completely deteriorated and is now a extreme hazard, who should they contact? Because they contacted me and I explained to them that they're not.
So they're unincorporated Pinal County. They should contact Pinal County Public Works Department.
Okay. And then
if it's a county-maintained road.
it is.
Okay.
I did all that homework. I was able to get that much information. And I love this, but what I would love even more is if when people come to our town, we love that you're here, but the first Monday and third Monday of every month is a town council meeting. So our town council can't ever make Monday meetings because we have to be here. I can miss one of my boards and commission meetings because there's still people there and I'm not a deciding factor at that meeting. But things like this, we need to start communicating as a town to people who are coming here to hold events like this, so that maybe we can get them to schedule it on a day that council could attend. And this is just another example of, as Mr. Rankin said, communication, making sure that everybody is talking to each other so that when we do have important meetings like this, all the key people are able to be there. But hopefully our community will turn out and speak at this event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to take a second to thank not just Diedrich and Tara, but the whole public works staff from Pinal County, from Celeste Garza to Chris Wanamaker, Jojo Ortiz. We have two projects that we are partnering on with Pinal County. We are partnering on what effectively is what the Pinal County calls Hunt Highway Phase 5. So that will come all the way down to the limits, or the town limits, and so we are working on with them as part of that design and hopefully a future construction project. And that project is currently a 60% submittal, and we are also participating in a DCR with them on the entire Attaway corridor. So we thank them for their time, and if everyone doesn't know, Pinal County is graciously going to be representing the town on the right-of-way acquisition that is north of Franklin Road through that state land department. And that should be getting underway and most likely effective after the turn of the fiscal year. So, again, I want to thank all of Pinal County staff.
Tara, did you have a few more?
One last thing. I just spoke with Dedrick, and we would be happy to reconsider rescheduling that open house so that it can work for the council. I can work with Lisa on doing that.
Or have it just schedule a second one. If your schedule permits, then just maybe schedule, because I'd hate for you to,
We
you went through a
currently, in
lot.
the next 4 weeks or so, have about 15 of these open house schedules. So I don't know if we do a second one, but we could definitely reschedule this one.
Okay. I think it would be great for our citizens as well, because not only can we not be there, but if there was an item that they wanted to speak to here with council, they would have to decide. So I think it'd be great if we could reschedule. It'd be fantastic and certainly work.
Can I ask a clarifying question? At the open house, is it going to be a come and go type open house versus a continuous presentation?
Yes, we have a video that we show at first, then we do a presentation, and then we leave it out for the public, and we have poster boards and stuff with projects that people can talk about. So it's just having an open discussion with the community.
Would it be possible to show that video twice and say plan from 5 to 6 and then 6 to 7? Because I know that you guys have put a lot of effort in regards to marketing. I've already seen it on social media. I've seen the posters that are out, the flyers that are out. So I do believe that the word is already very well spread and people are looking forward to attending. But if you were able to consolidate like the 2 sessions into the 2-hour block, then that would allow for us to attend and facilitate, as well as some citizens, and then have like a round 2, so you have an opportunity for 2 presentations in one evening.
We can do that.
Or you could also send your presentation to Ms. Garcia to then forward it to council so we could see it, and then we could email our responses or questions, just so that we can see it and have the opportunity to comment as well. So I think rescheduling would probably not be the best, just because you have went to a lot of work and expense and printing and all that. So I would even be happy just to have the presentation that you would be presenting sent to us so that we can view it and then make comments through an email or something for you, if that would work.
We can look at both options.
Perfect. Thank you.
So I do want to say thank you for coming and presenting. You guys are doing a fantastic job of getting out the information and the word. And I also just want to put it on record, since we have so many citizens here this evening, we also have a Pinal Regional Transportation Authority Board of Directors, and John Cross is going to be facilitating. Our next meeting is on Monday, March 25th. That starts at 1:30. It is open to the public. These agendas are posted publicly, just as our council meeting agendas. So I encourage you, public, to take a look at it, participate, and thank you.
Thank you, and we want to thank you guys for you and your staff for your time.
Yes. Infrastructure, roads, it's important. It's very important. So thank you for being part of that conversation and planning.
It is, and it's not cheap either.
It's not. It's a bulk of our budget.
Thank you so much for coming.
Our next agenda item this evening is item B, and this is a first reading and public hearing for ordinance number 736-24. This is an ordinance of the Town of Florence, Pinal County, approving a zone change for the approximately 2,249-acre property bounded by Adamsville Road, Hiscox Lane, and Vaquean Road, called Florence 287, from rural agricultural RA4 to a planned unit development PUD. Assessor parcel numbers APN 202-11-10A, 202-19-0070, 202-19-0030, 202-19-0020, 202-19-001B, 202-20003A, 202-19-014B, 202-19-160, 202-19-0150, 202-19-013B, 202-19-0170, 202-19-0040, 202-19-0090, 202-230050, 202-19-0080, 202-19-001A, 202-200050, 202-2004C, 202-20004D, 202-20004E, 202-20004B, 202-20003B, 202-0019012A, 202-230020, 202-230070, 202-230090, 202-230100, 202-230110, 202-230120, 202-23010010, 202-230030, 202-230040, 202-010001A, 202-230080, and 202-240020. This is PZ 22-39. And yes, I needed to read that all into the record publicly, so thank you for bearing with me. Should the town council move to approve this application, staff suggests conditions and stipulations as forwarded by the Planning and Zoning Commission. At this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Marcela Benitez.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, before I ask our representatives to come up here and share their presentation on the item, I'd like to speak on a couple things here first. So the first is that the applicant for this item is Langley Lewis Holdings, LLC, and they are here tonight to present. Also, the group working with them is Stacy Brimhall, and his family works the farm that is on all of those parcels that were read through. I'd also like to go through the public process that we've been on over the couple of months and year. Hilgart Wilson and Langley Properties brought this to the Community Center for a neighborhood meeting in December 14th of 2022. Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed and discussed this plan unit development on January 18th, 2024, and that was in a general work session. The notices were put out for a commission public hearing. That public hearing took place on February 15th, and several residents spoke at that public hearing. The comments included how the agriculture land usage that is already there will be removed and how that will take place and be put in for residential. They also included how roadways will be improved to accommodate the increased traffic, how the developers plan to make the land environmentally safe when going forward from agricultural to residential, how the new commercial roadways will impact the current residents at Linda Loma Lane, and one resident also stated that they were against apartment complexes. With the closure of that public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted and they forwarded a recommendation of approval to Town Council. They did ask that a review of Collector A for the Florence 287 planned unit development be looked at as well. With that, I will now call upon our representatives to provide their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Benitez.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. We're very excited to be here tonight. For the record, Jennifer Ruby with Langley Properties. Address is 2738 East Guadalupe Road, Gilbert, Arizona, 85234. Most of you are at least somewhat familiar with this project. We're really grateful to staff for having worked with us over the last several years as we plan this project. And we're very grateful for all of Planning Commission's time, particularly doing that study session. I commend the town on committing to that process because it really does help the applicants get through, gives us a chance to present the project and have some back and forth that doesn't always happen when it's the one hearing for a vote. So that was a really good experience for us, particularly staff support, getting the stipulations in advance and being able to have that collaboration was very helpful. As Mari mentioned, we have the team here, the technical team. Carolyn Oberholzer is going to get up, run through the presentation. We recognize you have a robust agenda, so we will try to be as efficient as possible. None of that is to dissuade any questions, of course, so we'd rather leave the time for that collaboration. Hilgar Wilson, the planner and civil engineer, is also here for those technical questions. So thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Let's get this a little higher. For your records, my name is Carolyn Oberholzer. I'm Land Use Counsel for this project with the firm of Bergen Frakes, Smalley and Oberholzer at 4343 East Camelback in Phoenix. And as Jen mentioned, we've been working on this project for quite some time. We're very, very happy to be here tonight. Very much appreciate all of your attention on this. I'm sure this is not the first time you've considered this case. It has been going on for a while, as Jen mentioned, but we are really happy to be here after all of that hard work with a package that has the support of staff and the unanimous support of your Planning Commission. Stacy Brimhall and his team are a group that I've worked with for over 20 years. In spite of not knowing what Mr. Rankin, the technological device, I have been working in the zoning cases in Pinal County and throughout the state with Stacy's team for over 20 years. We're very happy to do this master plan here. And this master plan was really born from the town's plan. And so I'll go into kind of where it started and where it is before you tonight, just briefly. Again, oops, I cannot get this to advance. Maricela, what am I doing wrong? Just click. It's so easy. Okay. Oh, I did just click. It's still not advancing. Is it a left click?
To go forward, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry about that. Mayor and council members, again, the project is brought to you by Langley Properties and their partners at Colmena Group. They've got combined experience. It takes them over a century of development. So they are a very deep and well-versed team with many builder relationships, both here in the state and elsewhere. So the project's location is on the map, just to orient you. It's in the southern and western part of your town. It is adjacent to Pinal County on the east and the city of Coolidge to the south. The west side of the property runs alongside of the north-south freeway corridor, and the mayor did a wonderful job of reciting all of the APNs that are involved with this parcel. There is a typo, however, in the ordinance. It is not over 2,000 acres. This is 1,595. The parcel numbers were all correct, so unfortunately you did need to read every single one of them, but that acreage will be updated should we proceed to the second read on April 1st. So that is something that staff is aware of. But it is only 1,595 acres as is represented on this slide. And so, as I mentioned, it was born from the town's general plan, this concept that we're here before tonight. There are 3 bulk categories in the general plan that apply to this property. The vast majority of it is designated as suburban neighborhood at that just over 1,100 acres. That category allows for both single-family, attached and detached. Each of them has a density assigned to that with a maximum density of 8 units to the acre in the detached scenario. Then there is the highway mixed use category, and that is a 260-acre portion of the site, as well as the innovation district, which is 180 acres. Now, all of those categories allow for residential, and at a far greater density than we're proposing tonight. We have limits and guardrails in the PUD to take that density far below what the general plan had anticipated as a maximum potential. But because it is totally within the density ranges and the land uses that were contemplated in the general plan, there is no general plan amendment that's sought for this, and this is all consistent with the general plan. The surrounding zoning, it is predominantly PUDs in this area, so the zoning would convert from RA4, as you see on here, to PUD, and there you also see the difference in jurisdictions with Pinal County to the east and the CAP Canal, and then the city of Coolidge to the south. So the highlights of this plan are just detailed a bit on this screen. It is a 7,507 maximum dwelling unit cap that we've applied to this project. That takes you at a total density of 4.7 dwelling units to the acre. So as I just went through the general plan categories, you can see that that is at a very low point in the maximum range that would be possible in those categories. On the flip side, we have more than 50% more open space than your code requires as a minimum in this. So instead of the 10% that would otherwise apply in PUDs, we're applying a minimum 15% open space over the whole project. That's going to be managed in the preliminary plat applications as they come forward. And just to give you a preview, there is a preliminary plat that is on file with the town right now for the largest development unit of the project, and that plat alone has 23% open space in it. So again, we're setting minimums, but the design that comes in after with staff will have to meet or exceed all of these minimums, and we're doing that in our first preliminary plat application. This project is connected both visually and physically with the linked systems of parks and trails that I'll touch on. And of course, all of this, including the density, is supported by the master plans that were reviewed by staff before we got here tonight and confirmed that the infrastructure that is planned out in this plan is sufficient to serve the development. I know that's a big topic, a big concern, and something we've worked very, very hard with both your staff on, as well as ADOT and the irrigation districts. So this is just an overview of the layout. I call this property a spaghetti property. There's a lot of squiggly lines that we have to deal with that exist today that we really can't do much about in the form of canals, transmission corridors, drainage corridors, and diagonal roads. But we have been able to take these features, and they are lines of demarcation to help with transition of uses and to ensure compatibility and also connectivity. They provide for a lot of open space and continuous trail linkages. So those areas will be lemonade made from lemons. The development plan is divided up into 6 major units, and those are on this screen. Each one of those units has an assigned set of land uses to it that are also keyed to the general plan. So the khaki area that you see on the screen, that is all single family attached and detached. And that is all tied to development densities that are set out in a permitted uses table. And that's what's on the right. And I'll show you a bigger picture of that in a second if you're squinting. The areas that are red and the blue also have assigned densities available to them, but there are limits on those, and there are certain parcels that do not have any densities allowable on them, and that is to ensure a mixture of uses. We want to make sure when we're developing this potential maximum of 7,507 units that we are leaving space for the commercial and the employment that needs to intensify around your major transportation corridors so that you can bring in the non-residential uses to help the town with its financial and economic base. So at the bottom of this table, though, is the overall of each category. There is a maximum density assigned to each one of those categories to ensure that we are totally consistent with the general plan, and then there's the overall maximum density. So that's how we're managing the budget of what could be developed here. And here's a bigger, better picture of that. And I'll go into some detail on an example development unit on the next slide. But just so you know it's here, we can come back to it. So this is development unit 4. I picked on this development unit as an example because it does have a variety of things going on within it. It's both in the innovation district as well as the mixed use commercial. It has parcels that allow for residential, it has parcels that do not. And so there are footnotes assigned to these development parcels that you see within the zoning district table that limit residential. And in some of the cases, the parcels are limited to no more than 30%, and some have 0. In development unit 4 also includes the property that it was mentioned at Planning Commission there was a comment from a member of the public, one of your citizens, who has property up at Adamsville where the Mayfield connection is, which is the future collector that will connect up there. And we had advised at that hearing and again tonight that we would be working with them when we're platting Development Unit 4 to ensure that there is not access restricted to their property. The concern was that they wouldn't have access to their property or that they did not want the new road on their property. And this, our circulation plan, which I'll get to in just a moment, has the entirety of the collector that would ultimately connect to Adamsville on the Florence 287 property and not on the adjacent property owners. So there again is the phasing exhibit, which is also tied to the development units. As I mentioned, phase one, currently does have the preliminary plat on file, so that should be coming before you guys very soon, should you move forward with this. This is just a picture of our approved master plans. As I mentioned, this, all of the densities has been studied carefully by your staff, and from this, a sequencing plan of what you have to build and when it was developed, and this is included in the PUD. And each and every one of these development segments is coupled with a whole list of necessary improvements to facilitate that portion of the development to ensure that this is orderly. But this is the benefit of master planning, is that we have to start with this larger area, figure out what it needs, and then we can drill down to how the segments can develop sequentially. The first segment usually has to be larger to have a bigger launch because it's a huge infrastructure investment, but the way that this is structured allows staff and the community to understand when one thing develops, here's the host of required infrastructure items from water, sewer, roads to go along with it. And this is the master circulation plan. The road segment that I was talking about related to Adamsville is the green line that you see bend to the north. Again, the adjacent property owner will be working with them when we're platting that. That is years, probably in the future. The most imminent will be the area along 287, and that's where the platting will begin with the phase one. And these roads, again, and their designations have all been developed with staff. There are different cross sections that apply to these. Plant Road is a unique cross section that we've developed that has a mixed use trail on this side of it and is a modified arterial so that it's not the same size as the 287, but it carries sufficient traffic, but is also very pedestrian friendly. And so the highlight of the project really is that pedestrian and open space circulation. This is a picture of our amenity package. These are pictures of the concepts for the community parks. There's a very large 30-plus acre community park in the center of the project where you see the blue star. There's another almost equivalently sized, very, very large park down in the south portion where you see the red star. You see all of the linkages that are tied on that legend to the various types, hierarchy of sidewalks and trails. Again, the open space here is programmed to be a minimum of 15% project-wide. That means that even in the commercial and employment areas, we will have to have accounting to make sure that we are always at 15% or more in the project. And with that, I think, oh, pardon me, I'll stop at this slide. We're going to get to 188 acres total of open space minimum. And one of the other features of this is, again, that mixed-use trail that's alongside of the arterials. So we're really prioritizing getting pedestrians through here as well. I mean, pardon me, bicyclists and people on whatever the new invention's going to be, hovercrafts, when they go on those trails. It's coming. I see laughter, but I think it's coming. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. As Jen mentioned, our whole technical team is here, and we do appreciate the stipulations that the Planning Commission recommended. We agreed with them then, we still do, so hopefully we can move forward. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
One of my questions was, I promised Dana Lewis I would bring this up because she's looking for places to have elections, and they don't like to do them in schools anymore. So will you guys be building any type of community center or anything in this development?
It's a very good question. So Mayor and Vice Mayor, and I'll go, if I can go backwards. I don't know if, oops, previous? No, found it, previous? Right-click, previous. Okay. So in these large community parks, they will be HOA owned and maintained. So in terms of community centers, there will be activity spaces, indoor spaces, but those would be HOA maintained. Now, that is not to say they cannot house public events, and they likely would. The neighborhood I live in, we have our elections at our neighborhood community center, and it is our HOA community center. So that is not to say it's not, but it was a very big topic at Planning Commission as to whether or not the parks would be city, town-owned parks or HOA-owned and maintained parks. And so there will be very large HOA-maintained parks in this community that will have all kinds of indoor facilities.
Councilmember Cortez?
So on that, it was kind of my question, but you answered some of it, or I think you answered it, but I want to make sure I'm clear. So the parks, all the outdoor, great areas for everybody to gather, and including the indoor, will not be open to the public. They will only be open to the residents of this community. Is that correct?
Mayor and council members, we're at an early stage at zoning, so that will be finally determined at the final development. If there was ever a desire for the town to acquire or to have some of this land dedicated to it for town parks, that is something that the developer's always been open to, but the feedback we've gotten was that they wanted the initial commitment to be absolutely that will be HOA maintained and owned. So because of that, then it would be exclusively managed for the residents. They will be paying exclusively for the facilities. Again, that's not to say that those facilities can't be leased out by others through the management company. I know that's regularly done in a lot of HOAs, but priority always goes to the residents, and they get preferred pricing. But again, that's something that can be an ongoing conversation as to whether or not the facilities are public at some point.
Okay. That's what I thought the answer was. I just wanted to hear it more out loud to make sure that everybody's understanding, because when you see this great picture of these softball fields and the basketball courts and everything, people get excited, but we need to make sure that it's very clear that this is not going to be public space for all of the town of Florence. This will be public space for the residents of this community, because that way people understand and there's no confusion later on down the road that, hey, you don't get to go use that recreation center. My second question is, I was trying to find on here, in your presentation, I don't seem to, unless I'm just like crazy today, but what I'm trying to find is with your commercial space, and I see that you're going along with the proposed South Corridor whenever it comes, as long as budgeting stays as it is, and they keep messing with that. Where do you plan on putting the majority of the commercial? Because the plan has been in the past with past council, and for the most part, this council has tried to continue with that same plan, that we try to keep things along connectivity with Maine so that it's a nice flow. 287 is kind of currently 287 and 79 are pretty much like our commercial areas. So, for example, if we were going to put in a grocery store, I would love to see it on 287 for our residents in Florence versus right on the border of Coolidge, because that's just, my residents already have to drive 15 minutes to Coolidge or 15 minutes to Anthem to get to a grocery store. So if we were going to put a grocery store, I would rather see it on 287 closer to where we currently have a hotel, we currently have some restaurants and things like that. To me, that makes more sense. I, of course, am not an expert in that field, but If you haven't taken a look, or if you have and you have a viable reason as to why that would not be the correct space for that, I would love to hear it. Otherwise, I would love for that to be taken into consideration, is try to keep most of the commercial along 287 so that it is just a nice flow. That's already one of our main roads. It's a road that we all know needs to have some work done to it, so we would all welcome that. Versus going down, I forget what that little road is called right now. Hiscox. Yeah, versus going down Hiscox, which, you know, if the Southwest Corridor comes, when it comes, we'll say that, when it comes,
Yes.
we really still don't even know where the on-ramps and off-ramps are, because I have a feeling it's going to go through some more revisions before it gets set in stone. So I'd hate for us to plan it being here in an area that right now is not commercial versus in an area that's already set for commercial. Everybody's already used to going to that section of town. It would better serve the residents of Florence that currently live here, and as well as the new residents that would be taking occupancy into this community and the other communities that are currently being built right now. So that's kind of my stab at getting it where I want it.
Well, and Mayor and council members, that is exactly where it is. It is focused all along 287, the one exception being the south side of the 287, where we have the single-family residential that is on the south side of the road. But that is the only area, and the reason is that we have to create critical mass around these corridors. It's great to have the transportation corridor, that's fundamental for commercial, but the lifeblood of commercial is proximity to customers. And if we're just talking about like a grocery store, to justify one new grocery store, you have to have 22,000 people within a trade area in close proximity. So we're trying to place the commercial not just where people are used to having it, but also where the most amount of people can be next to it to hopefully bring those users in. And so for that reason, you see commercial on both sides of the 287 in this plan, and all along the north side, with the ability to do some multifamily around it, again, just to bring that critical mass in. Now, that isn't to say that it has to go that way. It could also go commercial, and if there's demand for it, it will. But certainly, that 287 corridor is the focus that will develop first, and with the unknowns with the north-south, you know, there's a reason we're going east to west.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that you guys were taking into consideration the flow of how traffic currently goes. And yeah, we'll reroute traffic in some places, but the natural flow, whether you're coming from the 10 or you're coming from the 60, you know, that's just the way it goes. And it's, to me, 287 is like Hunt. You know, there's a lot of commercial on Hunt because that's the natural place to put it versus in the middle of a neighborhood.
Councilmember Neal?
My comment is actually more toward council. I think we really need to discuss, number one, Florence is not a HOA. And honestly, the biggest wedge between Florence and Anthem is the HOA, everything is HOA, and Florence can't partake of anything. Actual original Florence. This is going to be the exact same thing to where Florence gets used for everything. Everybody from Anthem comes for fireworks, for everything that Florence has, but yet Florence can't go out to Anthem for anything. I think we as a council need to really discuss these HOAs, because Florence is not a HOA. And to tell me that you got a park over there, but because you're Florence, in the same town of Florence, you can't go use it. This is just me talking to council. I understand this rich cat bought a whole bunch of property he wants to build. There's pretty much nothing we can really do about it, but that's dividing Florence. That's what happens between Florence and Anthem. I think we really need to look at it.
I'll respond a little bit to that. It's very difficult. I will say this, I'm in the industry. It is very difficult to find a builder and investors who will come and invest money without an HOA anymore. HOAs I live in one, and I wished I didn't, because I personally would prefer not to, not because of the rules and regulations that they have. That's not the part of the HOA that I don't like. What I don't like is my HOA fee continues to go up, but I don't see anything in my community that is justifying the raise of my HOA. I've lived here 10 years, and my fee is almost double what it was when I moved here. And I see less trees, less plants, and I still see the same vacant land that was supposed to be developed when I moved here. So for HOAs and developers, I stress that follow through with what you promise your residents. As far as Florence and Anthem, and now it'll be Florence, Anthem, and this community, or any other HOA community that invests in its community, and that's what draws people to live there, those community members pay impact fees. With every home in Anthem, there is a $3,000 impact fee that every person has to pay. When we sell our house, from the first time you buy it till the house is sold another 50 plus times, there is another fee that is added to every single house that helps support those amenities that are in the community. So Florence, old Florence proper, used to not be an HOA, and for those that aren't in an HOA, that live in older homes, that live in the historic district, even in the historic district you have rules and regulations and codes. Even in those homes you still have codes that everybody now calls an HOA, but they're codes that have been there forever. When you live in this HOA, you're paying to live there. And so it's difficult to tell developers, we're not an HOA. Florence didn't used to be an HOA, but every new community that comes is going to come with an HOA. It's just how it is. If you can find a builder, they're doing the spot building. They're doing the little, you've got 2 lots over here that are empty. You'll get somebody that'll come in, slap a house on it, and then move out. So that's the only way you're going to get somebody that doesn't do HOAs. I'd love a builder to come and build a community without an HOA. I have yet to meet one. If somebody knows one, please introduce them to the town of Florence. We would love to invite them to come see us. But communities like this also are going to help bringing the revenue that we need for our town to continue to grow, and for our town to continue to have a free 4th of July event, a free Country Thunder event. I have never, until I moved here, been to a community where you saw 5 blow-up things at an event, and I didn't have to pay for them to attend. When you come to Anthem, even at the well, now I think one public event that they offer, and you see all those great things for your kids, we have to pay for our kids to participate. They don't get to go on it for free. There's a fee on top of my $400 and some a month HOA fee that I pay. So these homes help us continue to offer the great things that our town of Florence continue to offer. I know you don't like HOAs. I know a lot of our town does not like HOAs. You don't have to live in the HOA.
That is understandable. I'm not saying anything toward the builder. I'm saying toward us. Maybe we sit down and negotiate a little more. I'm saying maybe we put implements in. Honestly, because as being a resident of Florence, it really kind of sucks for everybody to invade Florence on 4th of July, but yet I can't go fish at a pond. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I mean, if it's all going to be HOA, and I understand everybody wants to build an HOA, that's why Florence is having so much problem with see-click fix, because you gave everybody the power of HOA on a little computer, what we don't have. That's what I'm saying, as us as a council, not them builder, us, to where we maybe implement something to say, okay, well, you want to come build in so-called supposedly Florence, which basically ain't Florence. It's going to be its own little community. Then you do this. Come on. It's like I'm saying, it's a wedge. It's going to be a wedge, but it's going to be called Florence. I don't know if you don't understand that, but I understand the fact about HOAs. I truly do.
No, I understand
But,
it.
we gotta give and get somewhere, because it's all give for Old Town Florence with no get.
No, I understand it, and you want to come fishing, you're more than free to use my address. I tell people that all the time. I think it's ridiculous that people harass somebody at the park. They're just there. They're just having fun. I don't care. Let them use the park. But I pay a monthly fee for the maintenance of that park on top of the taxes I pay to maintain the parks in Florence. That's the difference between the HOA and the town of Florence. If we want to, as a council, tell our staff that, hey, every community must have this much open space to the public of Florence, I'm all for that. But we're still gonna have a section, but now Florence tax dollars are going to have to pay for that park because the HOA will not cover the expenses of it. And then we're gonna still have the problem, and until everybody does what they all talked about today when they were standing up and talking and saying, quit bullying, quit this, quit divide, until everybody stops looking at us separately and just accepts that we're all Florence. We all live in the same zip code. We all are governed under the same rules, regulations, policies, procedures. When we sit here and we make a rule, it's for all of Florence. When we sit here and allow one person to do something, we have to let everybody do it. When we tell one person no, we have to tell everybody no. I'm an all or nothing person. You either let everybody do it or you let nobody do it. I don't believe in the gray area or walking the line. But if you want me to embrace Florence, and I think I embrace it wildly crazy, I love this town, but I'm tired of hearing that I am not part of Florence. I am so tired of hearing it. I'm tired of hearing the divide of south of the Gila versus Anthem. Anthem can't come to a south of the Gila meeting. We can't come to this. We're not allowed in this Facebook page because we live in Anthem. We shouldn't be on HDAC because we live in Anthem. I have heard more of this in the last month than I have in the 10 years I have lived here. And if it's frustrating, it breaks my heart because I commit myself to this town every day. Every day I'm doing something to benefit this town, not myself. I have not benefited from sitting up here on this council. And I'm tired of hearing people divide this town and then tell me that I'm not doing a good job. I'm not dividing this town. I'm up here fighting for this town to survive. If you want to tell builders, we don't want your project, this town will not survive. I'm telling you that now. We will not survive.
I said nothing to that fact at all.
So I'm gonna
I'm just talking, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm talking about the divide between these HOAs and Florence, the actual town of Florence. Do I believe that you're 100% Florence? Yes, I do. I never said nothing to that fact at all. And there is a divide. You can ask anybody. Everybody knows there's a divide. There ain't no reason to make believe that there ain't a divide. There is. I'm saying as a council, is all I said, that we sit down and talk about it and try to come up with some ways to fix it. I never said anything about the town not surviving without new build. I understand that. Trust me, I'm the first one to tell you, I think Florence got too big when we got a second street light. I go down to the fireworks, I don't know anybody there. But I understand growth. I know growth is coming. I'm just saying, before we have another community that is divided, whether you want to believe it or not, I'm just trying to say us as a council sit down and maybe try to work on some things, to change some things. That is the only thing I said. That was it.
Okay, Councilmember Larson.
The only,
She's been waiting.
I think that, I mean, I
Dialogue's
hear all of
good.
you, but my point in all of that was if we ever wanted to nix the HOA, we all know how that whole conversation went with the parks and how he didn't, we didn't have a unified vision for all of that. And we also talked about how our Parks and Rec team is already overwhelmed. If we're taking on all these parks as the town of Florence, we just discussed meeting after meeting how we couldn't even add simple things and about how they're overwhelmed and about how things aren't running effectively. taking on all of this as the town of Florence, I think we wouldn't be ready for that. So if we want something like this in our community where the people who are paying the HOA fee and are participating in our community by going to our great town events, then this is the way that development is right now. It just is that way. So that was my only 2 cents, because we've already had this discussion about parks and it did not go well.
Councilmember Maldonado, do you have anything?
I'd just like to say, it is in the plan, so it's something that we knew that was coming, okay? I myself live in a HOA. I follow the rules. I was in the military for 20 years, so I know how to follow rules, right? But that's beside the point, okay? It takes money to make money, okay? Anybody in business knows this. So we're letting the folks that live there, using their tax dollars and their HOA fees to help fund this. Like my counterpart said, you know, we're not ready for that. I totally agree with that. You know, we're not ready to take on more right now. So this is a way for folks, you know, teach a man to fish and help have food forever, right? So this is what that is. So that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
One thing we got to remember is we have plans for different parts of town, Territory Square. We have plans to put a pond there, and we can go fishing there eventually. These communities that are coming in are going to be the communities that help pay for it. The tax dollars that we get from these communities are going to help to improve areas of town that do not have HOAs. So we also have to think about that. I think I'm done.
So I have something to say, and then I'm going to open it up for a public hearing. So first, I just want us to remember that this is a process for the landowner and the developer to come forward into the town of Florence and present the project. And first of all, I really appreciate all of the planning that has gone into this for decades. My family relocated into Florence 20 years ago. Three generations of my family lives here. I've seen tremendous growth over the years. I appreciate the transparency that has occurred, the communication that has occurred, and the investment that's occurring within our community, that's growing our community. January 18th, February 15th, those are the most recent open meetings communication opportunities that have happened in addition to tonight's public hearing that will be open. Regarding HOAs, what we've heard, I do see value in master planned communities because when they're brought forward, you know what is going to transpire. You have that ability to plan for that growth, to plan for the services. What I love about where we live is we have a choice. We have a choice where we buy a house. We have a choice of where we live. And in all genuineness, we are all the town of Florence, whether you live in an HOA, whether you live in a non-HOA, we're all here. Our tax dollars all come back and contribute to the community. When we have events such as Make a Difference Day, everybody comes out from all areas of our town, and we do need to come together. One of our council members had stated, with our community services department, we are overburdened, and that's not sugarcoating it in any way, shape, or form. When I first came onto council, your department, Mr. King, was essentially 4 other departments that has been, over time, attritioned into community services. So now you oversee the cemetery, the parks and recreation, the aquatic center, the library, the senior services. You plan for babies to the cemetery. And you clean up everything in between. So master planned communities, that helps alleviate some of that pressure as well from our community services department. So now back to the task at hand, which is for our public hearing this evening. And I want to take an opportunity to open it up to anybody who would like to speak at this time. Mr. Rankin.
Mayor, members of the council, little history about Florence that some of you don't know because you weren't here when it was done. I've been around for a little of it. Main Street was developed back in the 1800s on a wash. You notice how high the concrete's, but the sidewalks are. That's okay. Let's talk about the near future, near past rather. The road we put in here that goes out to Highway 79, the council's opinion at that time was to have the commercial area here tying into the historical district. That was one of the things that we thought about when we did that, along with Heritage Park, or whatever they call this, Territorial Square. That road's going to change, and it'll still tie into the historical district, which a lot of money has been spent in the historical district. And if you go to places like Wilcox, where they built the freeway 3 miles away from town, and go take a look at what Wilcox is going through today, they're having to rebuild to catch up with the new building. And it's very costly. We take care, now at the first public meeting that these folks had about this piece of property, I went to the meeting, very disappointed in it, and told them so. I wanted the commercial up at the corner, at the northeast corner of the presentation, where it would be close to the existing houses that are up there, plus close to the Highway 287, which would have been continuing our corridor of businesses down 287. Well, you can see they didn't do it. I think it's about their fifth or sixth submittal to the Planning and Zoning Department, and they don't want to do it. Well, at the first meeting, I asked why, and we were standing around there talking, and they said it's because of the north-south corridor. They want to be in close proximity to the north-south corridor, the more bang for the buck. Not caring about Florence, they didn't care about downtown Florence. They cared about the people that own the property and making more money for them. Not about keeping the influence of Florence and them together, us together. That the north-south corridor, I fought with ADOT for years to get that put through. I went to traffic meetings all over the state on it, knowing that eventually it was going.
So, we don't have timers on public hearings.
Yes, we do. But we can, you're the mayor, you're allowed to allow people to speak as long as they like.
Okay, for public hearings, I genuinely want to hear from everybody.
Thank you, Mayor. I did the same thing. You know, there's some things we can do. So that north-south corridor, the state has got it planned right now for that area, and they're doing research out there and everything. But it's changed so many times already. We don't know for a fact that it's going to come up against his property there. So when they're talking about having it in a position to make more money for the developer or the owner, they're not talking about Florence. They're talking about that group. And going through here, I can't see through their presentation any commercial or any town property for such things as a fire station. And we're going to have to build a fire station out there. All this stuff comes up in development agreements, working out with them, with the developer. As far as Councilman Neal's suggestion on the parks and stuff like that, that can also be worded into a development agreement with the developer. if they want to do it. And if you want to do it, it can be done. See if I can read my notes. But an HOA is needed, I know that. And when I was the mayor and we annexed Anthem, I knew that eventually all this was going to come up. And how do we blend the areas together? Well, here we've got an example of where we do need to blend. And blending it with and during the development agreement, getting the property in for a fire station, because you're going to need one, because it sets out of range of your fire, what is it, 3 miles? Or 2 miles or something like that, where you're supposed to have a fire for so many people, houses. And that this fits out of that zone. So you're going to need that, and I don't see it in this plan at all, where they want to even put that in and donate it to the town. And work with them on developing a homeowners association that will allow the residents of the old part of Florence to utilize it. Anthem doesn't have that in their agreement. But it can be worked out. So we need to take a look at that, I believe. You're setting the direction for the town for years to come. Don't accept this plan tonight until you get everything dotted and lined out. Get the development agreements going, get them, but don't go with this zoning, because once you get that, they're going to say, well, you gave it to us, and we don't want to change it. Zoning down there where they've got the 42 on the bottom, that is in connection with going down, and you're right, it makes it easier to develop to where they can serve two towns, two communities, rather than themselves. I'm not worried about Coolidge. Coolidge is not worried about Florence. I'm worried about Florence. I'm not worried about the developer. I'm worried about Florence. Keep Florence in mind. Don't do anything with this tonight. Table it until you get the changes that need to be made. With that, I'll be quiet.
Thank you. You do not need to be quiet. However, this is only for public hearing. It's only the first reading, so citizens' comments are still being heard.
Can I ask, can you clarify,
Yes.
I'm seeing the shaking of heads, that there is a space for this? Can you guys please clarify the public use?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and Councilwoman Larson. Yes, the plan contemplates all kinds of public facilities, including a fire station. We've got specific language about that on page 32, and are committed to providing for a fire station within the development. We just need the town to determine where that location is, and that is what happens during the platting process. So as the development parcels are platted and the town has a better sense of where its needs are in relation to its other fire stations, then we can determine where the appropriate fire station location would be within this development. Certainly it benefits this project to have one, so we welcome it.
Come on forward, please.
Again, I hate being up here. Jasmine Lopez, for the record. You talked about choice. My grandfather chose to buy land out off of his Cox, miles out of town, to get away from all this. And not you specifically, but if you go with this plan, you're choosing to force us to have to live with that. That's not fair. This is generations of a ranch, and not just mine. I know all my neighbors out there. I know my JR and Lee are up and around the corner. They've been there for over 50 years. I have some new neighbors down the road with the same agricultural beliefs as I do. We butcher together. We raise our livestock together. My neighbor Pat Henry next door, he raises cows. My neighbor down the road from there, the Kemptons, they raise cows and sell for slaughter and whatnot. You're talking about choice. I don't see us having a choice. We're having to deal with this. Now, can we choose to sell out once our property taxes go up? Well, I mean, we're gonna probably have to, because we're forced to do that. We're not gonna have a choice. You know, it's gonna come down to the block wall and right next door, whether you believe it's divided or not. In my heart, this is why it's divided. Our traditions will end up having to stop and relocate. On a farm that was given to me through inheritance from my grandfather, which I wanted to give to my children, we're not going to be able to do that anymore. I can't imagine our next door neighbors in a HOA understanding why we're shooting a shotgun to put down a cow that got caught in the fence, or putting down a pig that we raised for slaughter. We're not going to have that anymore. They're not going to understand why there's a carcass hanging up. They're not going to understand that. Why we hang our bull skulls to dry out in the top of the trees. They're not going to understand that. So you're talking about choice. I'm not seeing a choice here. It's being forced. Not just for me, but my fellow neighbors who we've all become a family out there. And it's sad that they can't make it here due to medical conditions or whatever, but it's not a choice. You're stripping away what we worked hard to get to. Very hard to get to. My grandfather migrated here from the Philippines and got this property. He worked hard to get here. And then we got to sell out. It's not fair. Our memories are there. We've had our baby shower. I've had all my baby showers out there. My mom's shower that my friends threw me during COVID because we couldn't rent a space and they surprised me at my ranch. All those memories will just be that, memories. Traditions we cannot keep carrying on. It's not fair. It's not a choice. It's force. It's force. I hope you guys realize that it's not just my family. There's other families out there that are not here tonight because they feel like this is going to be approved tonight, and I hope they prove me wrong. I hope you guys do prove me wrong. That being said, I do think this needs to be thought out more, much more. Thank you.
Jasmine, could you look at any of the maps, if somebody could please put one of those maps back up, so that Jasmine could give me a reference of where your property's at, so that when you talk about it, I know where you're referring
Mine's
to.
this tiny little strip right here. This is Cody's place. My new neighbors from California, Casey, they're learning the agricultural ways as we speak. They're raising meat pigs. My neighbors down here, Pat Henry, right here, me.
Okay, so you're in between, you're along.
We're right off of
3940.
his Cox Road.
Yep. You're the one parcel that is not part of.
The one, because
that one and this one right below it.
Yep.
Okay.
It's,
Just for clarification, our 39 and 40, is that the BC, is that what I'm seeing here, which is the commercial? Is that correct?
commercial developments.
And this is park. The green is the park.
There's,
Drainage.
I do think it just needs to be looked into more. This isn't a choice, this is force. We're up against a wall right now. We're fighting to keep this, our traditions and celebrations to stay. We know change is coming. I just wish it wasn't right around the corner. Thank you.
Do we know if, when this section, or any of it really gets built out, is there going to be anything in those purchase agreements that would make those buyers aware that they are buying next to a working ranch, or that they are, when you buy over by the Air Force Base, or when you buy by any airport, there is documentation included in your purchase that notifies you of that. And what it does is you can't later go down the road and complain about it because you were made aware that it's there. So I'm just wondering if in part of our conversation with developers and builders who are going to be coming in and purchasing this land from you guys, if we're going to ensure that we are making sure that those residents who are buying that land, that lot that's right next to a working ranch where they are going to have dogs barking, or there's going to be cattle and skulls hanging from the trees, that they're aware of that. Because I think that's important too in the conversation, is making sure that those that are buying, I mean, when you buy a dairy, you can't complain about the smell of a dairy. I smell it all the time and it doesn't bother me because I knew I bought in an area that there were dairies around. I knew that I was going to hear the firing at the ranges and all that. So it's important that we make sure that it's clear to the people that are going to be buying there that there are working ranches around them.
It's in the description, correct?
So, Mayor and council members, a couple, to the question of is there a disclosure form, this is not one where it would automatically be generated because of some proximity to anything in particular, like an Air Force base, like you said. That doesn't mean we can't develop one, so we certainly could do that as a condition of this project. Totally acceptable and something we've worked through before. As to the property 41 that you are identifying, I don't know how to show it on the map again, maybe. Thank you so much.
And while you're doing that too, I just want to say, like, and things also change over time. So for example, I bought my home in Merrill Ranch December 2006. And at that time, it was X amount of miles near an inoperable mine. And since that time, it's now become an operable mine that's going to a commercial level. So yes, it should be disclosed, but also things change over time. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, and so Mayor and Council, as we were talking about the phasing of this project and that first plat kind of being in this eastern area and then transitioning west, as the plats come in, you can determine different reporting requirements based on what that is. So in a predominantly residential area, like on the east side where we don't have any adjacent agriculture, maybe you don't want to do that over there. But as we transition west and if some things come in for residential platting adjacent to working farms or whatever the agricultural uses are at that time in that location, we can structure notifications. Right now, it's pretty far in advance, but this is going to come back before you many times in the form of those plats. So those are the types of disclosures that we can work out during that time. One thing also staff does require in the plats is that we provide the draft CCNRs that go along with the project. And so what we could do is provide for, something in the CCNRs that says that this is in recognition that parcel X is next to a working farm, and, we can have language to that effect in those documents as well. But there are certainly ways that we can coexist. I understand the concern about things changing, and on Hiscox, given where the freeway is, that's probably inevitable at some point. But what we can do is make that compatibility more palatable and at least known to everybody through a variety of methods. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw some hands up on that prior screen. We'll just take them in the order that they're listed. Hi, Ms. Cox.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Vice Mayor, we don't need taxes. We need to support what we have and make it better, sustain our own. We don't need to reach into rich man's pockets like we're desperate. Florence is not a fantasy island. We are being forced to be segregated. It's a crying shame with all these builders coming in here to make their own name. We should be enough here in this town. Is this builder building in our own landfill pit? With the way real estate is going, buyers have to do their due diligence. Realtors will have to change their practice with supporting their buyer or the seller. Towns with the HOA, they cannot interfere with builders. The HOA is for their own benefit. We need locals to stand up. This is not a public space where they're wanting to come and invade. Quit bleeding our arteries. We don't need more buildings. We don't need non-native plants to be planted in the grounds in these HOAs and builders' properties. Quit bringing your rules to govern your way of life. Nothing is free. We, as a community, need to slow the growth. It's division cutting us off from every radius, from all corners in our neighborhood. Our land is already bought and paid for. And I don't know if this is the proper time to say it, but how many cents per gallon is taxed on gas for the roadways in Pinal County? Also for the town, what buildings have extra land to build on instead of building or acquiring more land for expanding? Do we have that capacity? Another issue, the wild horses out there on Franklin and Hunt Highway. More building, interrupting our native wildlife, especially the wild horses, the owls.
Ms.
Gila monster,
Ms. Cox, if we could just keep it to this project for public comments, that would be helpful for this meeting.
That's what I thought. Okay. So where's all the water going to direct to if there are floods within these developments? We don't need densities, we need sparsities. I think that's all I have for right now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cox. Ms. Ramirez, you're up next.
Thank you. And Councilmember Snake, I just want to tell you thank you. I also agree. I'm sick and tired of seeing these HOAs. No, I may not live there, but it sucks that the townspeople can't go play in their parks and all that, but they can come play in our parks, right? It sucks that these developers, again, shame on you developers coming to Florence wanting to build 1,700 acres of high freaking density housing, and we have no roads. You know, but I know you don't care because you're greedy and you want your money, but Hunt Highway's a mess. Where do you think all these 40,000 people are going to be going? You think they're going to sit in your little neighborhood and not use our roads that are already bottlenecked on Attaway, on 79, on Hunt Highway, on Arizona Farms? All of our roads are a complete disaster. There's no funding, but you guys have the meeting tonight where you're just wanting to encourage all this outpour for how bad our roads are to keep taxing the people to pay for this development. These developers should be paying for the roads, not us. The developers should be. But again, like back to Florence, back in the early 2000s, all these other councils and mayors and whatever approved all this high density that, again, you guys keep pointing the fingers back at each other for the mess that we're in now. And as you can see, there's no end in sight because you have this Langley project, you've got Dobson Farms, you've got El Dorado that's getting ready to creep over the corner with over 4,000 acres. Do you guys understand how many people that is between Langley, Dobson, El Dorado, Mesquite, and all this other stuff that is just pounding at the door of our historic town? And this is how culture changes. Snake, and I know you appreciate that because you're from here. So all these other outsiders that come in and take counsel and do this and make all these changes, this is how our culture changes.
Mr.
And I
Mears, do you have a
suggest-
specific comment on this project?
Yes, I do. I'm getting there. So if you give me the time that you gave the other people, I would appreciate that.
You have the time, but please get to the point.
I'm trying, if you quit interrupting me, please. So this high-density housing that's coming on all of our plates, and right now with Langley, why are we subjecting ourselves to that? Again, with all this growth, why are we working with 1,600 acres at a time? If these builders want to come, say, fine, we're happy to have you, but open your parks to the entire community. We're only going to work with a couple hundred acres at a time, because once it's done, it's done. Florence is in such a mess because of all the mistakes and crappy decisions that have been made over the years, and it's all facing us again. I am opposed to this project right now because our town can't even handle what we have. And here's this thing coming, and it's a mess. It's a mess. We need to be smart with how we grow. I oppose this project, and I want every one of you up there to think very long and hard about what is staring you at the face with this particular project. It's a disaster waiting to happen.
Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Haar, you are next.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak in regards to this project. Councilman Maldonado, you made a comment stating that you bought in an HOA and you paid for an HOA and you were in the military, so you know how to follow the rules. I don't think we need to be in the military to know how to follow the rules. My husband is also retired military. Thank you for your service, but I think that that comment was unnecessary in regards to you stating you bought in an HOA. The town has ordinances, which is something like an HOA, but we have to enforce those. Our town would not be looking the way it does. So again, if this project is brought in, do it in baby steps or have the outline what the town wants from this builder and implement those. I agree with Councilman Snake and Councilman Cordes to say, and I'm sure all of you up there agree, that is it fair? Maybe not, but unfortunately life is not fair. But if we did implement those, that would be awesome. Former Mayor Rankin, I know that you were up there speaking, and you were mayor for a lot of time. Did those kind of, I know you were telling council that they need to make these changes and they need to implement, these things in for our town. Was that done when Anthem was being built? Because I think you were council or mayor during all of that time frame, or are you speaking out of experience that it should have been done? Because then we can learn from our mistakes and move forward. So do I know there's going to be growth around our town? Absolutely. I'm 7 generations deep. There's a lot of change. I remember when we could keep horses in our yards. And guess what? Our yards were still clean, even then, because we have ordinances. But again, thank you for the time, and I hope that each of you look into what's best for our town, which I hope and know you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments in the audience regarding the project that we have in front of us this evening? Again, this is the first reading, and this is the first open to the public. If you didn't have an opportunity to speak, or you're watching this at a later date, you can always email your comments in, and we'll make sure that they get to the appropriate representative to address them. I do want to say, I do appreciate people who come in and partner with our community to make our community better. If we didn't have builders and developers, we wouldn't have the population that we have here in Florence. We wouldn't have the population that supports projects and growth that's occurring in our community. And we are one Florence. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close this first opportunity, this open to the public. And I want to say thank you. I also want to acknowledge we do have the representatives and the builders in the audience today. So thank you for being here. Would you like to say anything? And it's okay if you do or don't. Come on up, Mr. Brimhall.
Hi, Stacy Brimhall, 2738 East Guadalupe Road, Gilbert, Arizona. Mr. Maldonado, just wanted to thank you for your service. I didn't appreciate what was said before, but I wanted to thank you, and thank everyone else.
Thank you very much. All right, closing that first open to the public. Our next agenda item moving forward goes on to the consent agenda, which is item number 7. And all items on the consent agenda will be handled by a single vote as part of the consent agenda unless a council member or a member of the public objects at the time the agenda item is called. Item A is authorization to enter into the Arizona Mutual Aid Compact with the Arizona municipalities and including the state of Arizona through the Emergency Management Division of the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. Item B is approval of the property use agreement for 383 North Main Street for special events. Item C is approval of the expenditure to Amoresco in the amount of $263,248 to temporarily remove the solar array from Well 5 site to allow the KE&G to begin construction of the new Well 5 improvements. And item D is to accept the warrant register for the month of February 2022 in the amount of $4,646,046.10. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our consent agenda. Is there any member of the council or public that would like anything removed at this time?
Item B.
Item B. All right, and I do see a hand raised. Ms. Ramirez, go ahead, please.
Hi, yes, item C, please.
All right, item C. Okay, at this time, I need a motion to approve items A and D.
I make a motion that we approve item A and D.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye. That was Nicole.
All right, Ms. Cortez, go ahead.
I would just like to ask that we get some type of update from the owner of this property as to their future plans. I think by now all of us expected to see a building. So it's great that we're going to use it as we have been using it all this time that it's been vacant, but I think myself and many others that live in this town would like to know when the estimated time of completion for that building is going to be.
All right, would you like to move forward with a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve consent agenda item B as
Second.
employed.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Chris Ellis, can you give us an update on item C?
I guess it might be useful for me to understand any questions as it relates to the existing staff report.
Okay, Mr. Ramirez, do you have a question regarding the existing staff report that accompanied item C in detail?
Yeah, so I read it, and maybe I'm not understanding it, but it sounds as if this $263,000 is to dismantle all the solar panels that are there in order to drill well number 5, if that's what the case is. And if that is, why it seems, those solar panels were just put there. So if we knew that a well was coming in pretty quickly, why did we put those solar panels up so fast to then pay $263,000 of our hard-earned tax dollars to dismantle them to make room for this well? Or maybe I'm just not understanding what is all entailed in this project.
What is stated is correct, though it is to move a majority of if not all of the solar panels to facilitate the drilling, the outfitting of well 5. That's correct.
When were they put in? When were they put in, the solar panels? I think that was a part of her question.
I believe in the last 24 months.
And what was, I think the other part of her question was about the forethought about drilling well number 5, if that was something that was known previously to installing these solar panels.
The decision to put the solar panels was not part of Public Works.
Can you elaborate on that? I guess I feel like I'm getting half answers right now, and in this matter, I feel like it is full disclosure of what transpired to put us in that situation that we're paying this amount of money to remove solar panels that were put in within the last 24 months to drill a well that we supposedly knew that we were supposed to be drilling.
The town of Florence entered into an agreement with Amoresco. Amoresco worked with the then administrative staff that was here to be able to go through and decide on where the solar panels would be located. At the time when the fitting of the well came to be, we found out that these could not be present and required to be located. And I agree that this should have been considered at the time that the Amoresco contract was entered into. We are trying to play a little cleanup and to make sure that we get our well fitted.
So are we having to cover the expense because we initially said they could go there?
Yes, that's exactly what's happening.
Courtney, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I was actually asking Chris Solis why that would be. Are we paying this amount to remove these solar panels because we are the ones that told them to put them there? I guess I'm trying to understand now why they're not covering the cost to remove their solar panels.
As part of the agreement, it was identified that if in the future these needed to be moved, it would be at the cost of the town.
Okay.
So it was contemplated in the agreement.
And
that is shameful.
And was that
Shameful.
agreement because of the prior administration? This is not because of something that your department chose, is that correct?
This was 2 years ago.
Hang on, who's talking?
Courtney.
Please mute her.
I did multiple times.
Thank you. I'm trying to counsel. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to see how it was decided that they should have been put in if we knew this needed to be completed. That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Public Works was not in charge of the locations of the solar panels or the timing of those solar panels.
Who was? I think that's what the universal question is.
I can explain it to you offline. That's not something that's proper to be able to talk about prior staff in that manner. It was not, it's
That's all we
not,
need to know.
yeah, it's a staff member.
We're not asking for someone's name. He's saying Public Works was not the one who did this. Was it Community Development? Was it Parks and Rec? Was it our police department? I mean.
It was within administration,
Okay, thank you.
a prior employee within administration.
Give her permission to speak again.
And just that's what we needed, Chris, thank you.
I make a motion we approve consent agenda item 7. Oh, sorry. He's not quiet.
Chris, is there any way to leave those solar panels and just move the well location? Is that a possibility?
The well was drilled, I don't even know how many months ago at this point. So the well's been drilled. We are now outfitting the well. Often when we discuss the well, we kind of think of just the part that's above ground, and there's multiple things that fit within that naming of it. So there's the drilling of it, there's the column, there is the bulkhead, which the motor attaches to. All those pieces are just universally said in public as the well, but there's multiple pieces. The well has been drilled. I can't speak to how many, also months ago. And the well was pre-designed for this location for some time. I'd have to go back and pull all the individual reports on that, but the well was chosen in this location.
When the well was selected for this location, were we aware that the solar panels were there and they were going to need to be removed?
When we first spec'd the well, I would have to go back and research that specifically. We're starting to mix a lot of dates for me in my head, so I can't say exactly what day that we knew where the well was going to be located.
This is like what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah, this is like a $250,000 error that all of us are.
If directed, I can work through, again, Ms. Garcia on finding out the details of the actual chronology of all these events.
Definitely want a review of what happened.
Absolutely.
I want us to be able to reflect on what happened, so this way we do not relive this error moving forward. I understand that it was prior administration that was here, but it really is unfortunate. What fund is this coming out of?
This is coming out of the water fund because this is part of our project at this point. There's a line in the sand that says this is no longer coming from anything but now us going into there to utilize it. It's not to say that another fund couldn't be utilized, but it is now essentially part of our project. In order for us to outfit our well, we now have to move the solar panels that are owned by Amoresco. It is their asset.
I understand.
So we cannot just, and that's why you would go back and ask the question of like, how did this meet our purchasing policy? Well, it's not able to be bid because this is not our asset. We are literally moving someone else's asset in order for us to outfit our well. Now, there was significant conversation about can we minimize this? And I think we have reached our point of being able to minimize, while also the contractor saying is, we want essentially full indemnity then if we damage your asset. So the only way to work around that is essentially is to move the solar panels.
Okay. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
After this well is completed, do we have plans to put these back in, and is that going to be another cost?
No, this is the entire cost. This is to
Full
remove
put
them. So there's essentially 3 fees. Oh, well, in my mind, there's 3 fees. It could be as many as 5, depending on how you look at it. So we are removing those. We are paying for the loss of the electricity that they would generate during that time as part of the agreement. There is then the reinstallation of it. I guess 3, just in very simple terms: remove it, pay the fee, and then a cost to place them back.
And that's all incorporated in this price?
Yes, sir. It includes all of those. The incremental cost on the electricity is a tiny, tiny portion of this. It is the actual moving of the solar panels.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Salas, for that explanation. Council, we have a decision.
I move to approve item, what was that one, sorry? 7C as stated.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And that motion carries. Our next item is 8, unfinished business. 8A is the second reading of ordinance number 734-24. This is discussion, approval, disapproval of an ordinance of the town of Florence, Pinal County, Arizona, approving a zone change for the approximately 659.8 acre property on the northwest corner of Adamsville Road and Plant Road called CD Farms from single-family residential R1-6, light industrial LI, neighborhood multi-family residential R2, neighborhood business B1, and multiple family residential MFR to a planned unit development PUD zoning, assessor parcel numbers APN 202-11-0180, 202-11-0170, 202-11-004B, 202-11-0160, and 202-11-0140. Should the town council move to approve this application, staff suggests conditions, stipulations as forwarded by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Ms. Marcela Benitez.
Let me get it going for you.
This is the second reading for CD Farms before handing it off to the representatives that are here from Co-Van Loo, or CVL, which are the applicants. The owner is also here, who is Chris Dobson. Going to go through the public participation as well. 2 neighborhood meetings were held for this that happened in June of 2023 and October of 2023. These were held in the community center. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed and discussed this PUD in a work session on January 4th of 2024. After that, notices went out and postings as for the public hearings that were to take place. A public hearing was held at Planning and Zoning Commission on February 1st of 2024. And during that Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, one member of the public spoke on the item. They were concerned about the increased density and the roadways being unable to handle the increased traffic. The Planning and Zoning Commission then took action on recommendation. They forwarded a recommendation of approval with those stipulations and conditions listed. This item did come to Town Council on March 4th for its first public hearing and reading. Some comments that came from that were concerns about traffic and having adequate roadways, as well as questions on whether the housing types would include low-income and elderly residences. I will now call upon our representative for their presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you so much for hearing our case this evening. And thank you, Maricela, for the introduction. With me tonight is Ryan Weed and the property owner, Chris Dobson. I'm Julie Vermillion with CVL, located at 4550 North 12th Street in Phoenix. I know you've already seen this presentation 2 weeks ago, so I'm happy to go through it again, or I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for us.
Is there anybody in the audience that has not seen the presentation that would like us to go through it? Please raise your hand. Did you raise your hand, sir? If you did, it was really quick. You did? Okay, no. Nope, absolutely, yes. No, we're here. Go ahead, ma'am.
Powered up, ready to go.
You did that really quick, though. You're like, no, we'll go through it. I want everybody to see it and have a voice.
I'll go through it quickly. How about that? We'll do a compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you for your interest. Okay, so this is CD Farms, case PZ 2315 for a PUD. Our vicinity map is here. We're located at the northwest corner of Plant Road and Adamsville Road. This is the Florence General Plan. We're in compliance with the Suburban Neighborhood and Innovation District designations on the site. This is the existing zoning map. You can see it's a patchwork of a bunch of different zoning districts. Our proposal will unify that in an overall PUD in order to provide a cohesive master plan community. This is our conceptual land use plan. You can see that we have 20.2 acres planned for commercial and mixed use along Plant Road. The existing cemetery along Adamsville is preserved in its entirety, and we provide a buffer in addition to that to ensure that it will not be impacted by the development. We're showing an estimated floodway here at the northwest corner. You can see that existing FEMA flood zone will be proposed a CLOMAR efforts with FEMA to reduce that on our property. We are providing an area for the potential future north-south corridor along that western property boundary. We do have an area at Hiscox Lane in Adamsville where we're proposing for public safety use, approximately 5 to 10 acres if the town shall need it. And then right now we just have this bubble plan, and each of these individual parcels will be designed and developed by the end user. So more information will be provided as we move forward through the development process. Currently our maximums, we're proposing 3,062 units, a maximum density of 4.6 dwelling units per acre for the site. And you can see we have our park sites centrally located throughout the master plan to ensure that everyone will have a park within equitable proximity to their residence. So here's our infrastructure roadway phasing plan. We have our Adamsville Road and Plant Road designed out to major arterial, major collector standard. Our Hiscox Lane alignment will be enhanced collector. We have some custom modified major collectors bridging the entryways from our perimeter roadways, and then we have our local roads throughout to connect each parcel. This is our water phasing plan. We're anticipating an approximate 30% reduction in water use from the formal agricultural use on the property. And then, of course, the town of Florence has an assured water supply that is designated to serve this community. This is our sewer phasing plan. You can see we have an interim lift station in phase 1 and 2, and a permanent lift station proposed in phase 5. And again, that north-south corridor is in phase 5. Much like the previous project you heard tonight, we will be building east to west, primarily due to the uncertainty of that corridor. Here's our enhanced collector road section. We're following the town's standard section. Here's our modified major collector section. We're featuring 5-foot landscape buffers with 5-foot detached sidewalks on either side. Here's our Adamsville Road and Plant Road section. You can see we're following generally the town's standard section with the addition of these really great 20-foot landscape buffers to provide additional landscaping and improve the streetscape along Adamsville and Plant Road. And then here's an example of what that condition could look like. So we have those 20-foot landscape buffers with the detached sidewalks, the shrubbery in the landscape buffer, and then some split rail accent fencing. You can see we have some undulation provided in the wall to add some visual interest. Here's another condition where we might be at the end of a cul-de-sac, so we could provide view fencing to create like a view corridor into the community down the cul-de-sac. Again, we have those detached sidewalks with the shrubs, trees. Here's our open space trails and amenities plan. You can see that each of these asterisks represent a proposed park area. And then we have trail connectivity planned throughout. On the right side, we have potential design features, and that's a whole list of various amenities that we would include in these parks. Here's an example of what that neighborhood park could look like. So you can see we have tot lot with shade, we have beanbag toss, horseshoes, a ramada with picnic area, game garden, tree groves, open space, active turf fields for children to play. This is just an example, but something like this would be provided within proximity to each of the residential parcels. This is our main entry plan. You can see that we're showing accent planting, accent paving, and split rail fencing to carry that agrarian theme throughout. This is our wall and sign master plan. You can see we have some primary entry monuments and secondary proposed along the perimeter. We also have that primary theme wall lining the arterial roads surrounding the property. This is highly conceptual and representative, so as I showed previously, we could have some undulation, we could have some view fencing, some interest breaking up these walls, so you're not just looking at a straight masonry wall the entire perimeter. And here's an example of our entry elevations. You can see we have this pedestrian arch that's reminiscent of the shape of a barn to bring back that agrarian theme, the split rail fencing, and the monument sign. And we carry out that same theme through the multifamily entry sign and the retail entry sign, so we have a consistent character for the community. Here's an example of what those wall elevations could look like. You can see we're punctuating those with cobblestone veneer columns. We have a mix of smooth and split-face CMU to add visual interest and texture. And then that example of what that view fence could look like to propose those view corridors into the community from the outside. And here are some conceptual home elevations. We don't have an end user on board yet, so these are just illustrative, but they represent the character and the quality of what we're looking to bring to this community. So you see we have some of these Spanish tile roofs, these shutters, the accented garage doors. That type of look is one option. We have a few others in here. And then I'll run through the benefits of the proposal. As I mentioned, we're establishing that zoning for 20.2 acres of commercial and mixed use along Plant Road. That zoning could allow for much needed services in the area, shops, restaurants, that mixed use live, play, work residents, and employee opportunities. Again, that public safety, 5 to 10 acres of land reserved for public safety should the town need it. That existing cemetery being preserved, and then a school donation agreement will be finalized at the time of development to ensure that we're supporting the school district. Again, we're providing those new parks with the tot lots, games, picnic areas, and our pedestrian trail system. New infrastructure improvements on Plant Road and Adamsville Road, that attractive streetscape that we saw. And of course, these commitments will be upheld through the town's plan review and permitting process. So we will be following through with each of these commitments that we're providing in this presentation. Okay, and then our contribution to the town. With this master plan, we will be bringing development fees that will support parks and recreation, police and fire, road improvements, and water and wastewater improvements to the town. The community, based on their current development impact fee schedule, anticipating ultimate build out of the community, we're estimating approximately $45 million in development fees. Of course, that is subject to adjustment. All right, and I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. It's valuable for everybody, see? Are there any questions from council? This is the second reading, and I will open it up to public as well if there's any questions or comments. Mr. Eaton?
Good evening once again, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council. I'm changing hats. So I'm now going to represent the Florence Rotary. I am the incoming president of the Florence Rotary. Our president, Rita, is on vacation now. Why do we care about this project? We are the only Rotary group in the world that owns a cemetery. So the Butte Cemetery is actually the Rotary Cemetery. This was something when it first came out, was a little bit of a concern for us because it was going to be added in or separated by a fence. We were a little bit concerned what that was going to look like. So I spoke with Mr. Dobson and had a great conversation with him. He certainly understands the historic preservation, and he also understands the emotion that goes into these kind of projects. He is committed to basically letting us design what kind of fence we want there. And so, anyway, I just want to let you know that that we have had that conversation and we approve that portion of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I have a comment.
Is that Councilmember Buccellato?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, when I heard about CD Farms, when they came before Planning and Zoning, where myself and Vice Mayor are liaisons for, it was just kind of refreshing to hear that they were already planning on keeping the schools in the loop, as well as making room for our police and potentially fire. So I just thought that was kind of refreshing to already hear about that and not have to ask about that.
All right, thank you so much.
I guess I would echo, that's the same thing I was going to say. I was going to say it's so refreshing that you guys touched point with the schools and found out the needs, that you touched point with the cemetery, found out what their needs, their concerns were, and you guys came prepared with that information, so it is very refreshing. So I really appreciate your care for the community.
All right, and we have two online. Ms. Cox?
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so, developers, please exit upon your arrival. What if the public schools go away? Every student is a $. And the speaker of this development who just took a seat, what were her credentials? I didn't catch that. We don't need any fakery. CD Farms is disrupting the native cemetery. Let the dead rest. Okay, lady, you're not here, so I call them your roads. They don't belong to you.
I'm sorry, who are you talking to? Oh.
The lady that was just up,
representing
the developer.
Okay, if we could just keep
What
it.
about the evacuation route?
If we could just
What
hang on, Kelly, if we can keep it respectful, and then if you have any questions or concerns specific to the development.
Right, so
Okay.
what about the sewer plant? Where are those gonna get routed?
If you ask all your questions, we'll go ahead and respond, just so that way you have it all at once.
That's all I have.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Would you like to respond
you.
regarding the sewers? Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor and Council, as outlined in the presentation, the wastewater will flow from our project to the existing sewer plant, which has capacity to serve this project.
Thank you so much. And we have one more question or comment. Ms. Ramirez.
Hi, thank you. So again, we're talking about our roads and infrastructure. Adamsville Road is a teeny tiny two-lane road. This development is going to bring, sorry, I don't have all the numbers, but what, close to 20,000 people? 15,000? I don't even know. Again, are we being mindful of how many people are expected to be in these subdivisions at build out? And I understand you guys are, speaking of the sewer, you guys are already doing work beautifying it and closing it and whatever to do whatever. But the roads are a very big concern. I am not fond of our little bitty town of Florence, especially south of the Gila, approving all these big, huge developments at one time. Why don't we work with small parcels at a time? All this high density, we need jobs, we need commercial, we don't need all this high density housing right now. I oppose it, so thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Vice Mayor.
I don't remember the year that the developers for Anthem came up and started asking these same questions. But I know that my house was built in 2008. It is now 2024. Yes, it was a big project, but they're working in phases, so the phases are going to be, they're going to be taking years. This is not all going to be a bunch of people landing on our back porch all at once. It'll be in phases. When we approve a big project like this, the first phase, we're still quite a ways away. I mean, if you guys can address maybe a timeline of what we're looking at, and then maybe, you know, I know that Anthem's probably going to be another 10 years before they go to close out. So this isn't a next day, you know, kind of project. So if you can address that.
Yes, I can try to. Obviously, as you've seen in Anthem, a lot of development occurs in cycles. And so I'm sure Anthem started out probably in gangbusters back in 2005 and 6, and then obviously we saw a little bit of a lull in the 20 teens, if you will. But Mayor and Vice Mayor, Council, we expect to be breaking ground, or a builder to break ground on the project in probably the next 1 to 2 years. And from that point, we expect probably a build out to be a project of this size, you know, in the 5 to 6 to 7 year time frame, depending on, of course, market cycles that we all experience from time to time. But you're correct, the parcels will develop 1 at a time, 2 at a time. You know, it can be, I'm sure, overwhelming for the residents to see a project in this size and see the number of units that are planned within the project and imagine that those units are going to fall out of the sky overnight, and they're simply not. They'll be built over time, and designs will change, the housing product will change, the lot sizes will change. All of that will occur to meet the market demands, and so there will be some homes of density and others of less density. Some will have RV garages, some will not. Some will have 2-car garages, some will have 3. The PADs or PUDs that you're approving tonight are set up to be flexible, to allow the future home builders the flexibility to meet the market demands that the market changes that a town like Florence will go through as it matures, or as it changes and as it evolves.
Thank you.
Councilmember?
In your last presentation that was given to us, and I think it was actually at the library, if I remember rightly, we were talking about the roads. And if I remember rightly, the statement was made, or maybe it was made one way, but everybody around me heard it a different way, and then, you know, all that chatter starts, and so sometimes we get lost because everything around us is louder than what was said to us. When you're talking about the road, especially like the main road, if I remember rightly, it was like one side of the road was going to get developed and the other side of the road was not going to get developed. So as we all know, and we've pointed out many, many, many times in the entire time I've been on council, and will when I leave council, infrastructure is a major issue, and in one of our most recent developments that is been happening over off of 287, there has been issues with the lack of infrastructure being looked at and addressed early on in the project, and kind of almost cutting a community off, making it very difficult because it is a community that only has one way in and one way out, the existing community. And then we have a new build that was happening, and so there's just this one little road that goes in, and everybody turned left to go into their communities. Well, now we're going like this, but it's still just one road. And so the concern is, as this is being built, if you're only developing just a small section of it, what's the impact going to be on the surrounding areas, and making sure that you're taking that into consideration, even though some of it is years down the road. I'd rather be ahead, and I get that who you're selling the land to for the development. You know, you own the land, you're looking for the builders to come and build, and you're expecting them to help cover those costs. But is there a way we can do some pre-stuff and recoup as they arrive?
Well, there are a few things that take place during the zoning process and in the upcoming process of the preliminary plating and in the final design stages. And keep in mind, all of these things are happening now, as we just discussed a second ago, 1 to 2 years in advance of residents actually living there. And so what the process that I think you're looking for is the transportation planning process that we go through with Mr. Solis. And what we are tasked to do by his department is to look at the current traffic that is being generated by the residents of Florence on the roadways adjacent to our project. And not just those roadways that are on the frontage, in this case Adamsville and Plant Road, but also because of the size of our project and the future residents that are going to be living in that project, we're asked to go outside, 1 to 2 miles approximately outside of our project, because of course we have to have a limit. Like, we're not doing the whole city master streets transportation plan, and we're not doing the whole county transportation plan, but we're looking at those areas that are immediately likely to be affected by our project. And so we prepare a master transportation analysis that tells ourselves as engineers, it tells our planning group, it tells the town planning group, and it also tells Mr. Solis, hey, when our project develops, there could be some pinch points, like you described, at some other intersections that are around our project. Now, what happens, of course, is our project does develop those roadways that are immediately adjacent to it as a part of just our project's immediate requirements. So we would make half-street improvements on Adamsville and Plant Road. But what our project also does is like you mentioned, gives town staff advanced warning or advanced knowledge of what could become a problem in the future. That allows the town to do two things. One, it helps the town establish the CIP program that you folks have, that every city has, to help say, okay, if this study is saying that there's going to be a problem a half a mile away, we need to potentially add a traffic signal or change that two-way stop into a four-way stop. It helps give that transportation team here at the town advance warning. And then it allows them to earmark, to create projects in the future that you can budget for. And to help fund that budget are the impact fees that the town collects from the home builder on every home that is sold. So as Julie mentioned, approximately $45 million will be contributed as a result of this project as a whole. Now, those come in, of course, as each home is sold, and a portion of that is earmarked for the roadway improvements that will be needed as a result of this project. So the town recognizes that this project is going to create problems, candidly, create opportunities, or whichever way you want to phrase it, around the town of Florence. But when those problems come up, the builder has already helped to fund the solution to those problems through the impact fees.
I think part of the concern is the current development. There were all these stipulations and guidelines put in place that this had to be done at this phase of the project, and those didn't get followed. And so we ran into some issues where it was like, oh shoot, we probably should have done this sooner. And so I think that is the biggest concern when we think of the roads, is making sure that everybody, including the town, is doing their part when they should be doing their part, so that hopefully we are ahead of those bottlenecks and we don't end up with those bottlenecks, or the time frame for that bottleneck is really short. So I just appreciate that you guys are looking at that and that you're understanding that, and that you're going to then share that information with our staff so that we can be ahead of it instead of behind it, like I feel we usually are.
We'll do everything we can help to keep you ahead of the problem.
All right, again, this was the second reading and presentation this evening. Ms. Adam, come on up.
Thank you, Councilmember Cortez, because that was exactly what I was trying to bring up at P&Z and earlier tonight. We're only looking at this in terms of one small development in Phase 1. Bisbee Ranch will be built out by the time they get to their Phase 1. That's Adamsville Road, and that is a very curvy rural road. So I appreciate Councilmember Cortez, because that's what I would like us to look at. They did a great job doing their due diligence on their half a road. My point is the town looking at our half a road, so when we have to put that turn lane in, do we know, is that property eminent domain? Do we know if there's any issues? And that's exactly the planning that I think has to happen now before they build out Phase 1, because we'll have Bisbee Ranch already traveling that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adam. All right. So we went ahead, we opened the public comment. We held the second reading. Everybody had an opportunity. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, yes. There was a question of if it was
marked for action. It says approval. Okay.
Yes.
I make a motion to approve ordinance number 734-24. Oh, 73. Am I on the wrong? Did I scroll?
No, you're right.
That's right. Okay. There you go, Mo.
And then
add with the stipulation? Okay. Adding the conditions and stipulations as, sorry?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that's what I was, okay. You guys. Conditions and stipulations as forwarded by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Okay, should I read the whole thing again? You guys okay? It's just on the wrong agenda. Okay.
You had it correct. So you
Okay,
made a
thank you.
motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here this evening. Come on forward.
Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. Again, I just wanted to, this part of the time is always kind of bittersweet to me because the project was in the name of my son, Chandler Dobson, and his birthday is in 2 days. So that part's always been challenging for me and my family. My father and my brother are here today just to support like what our family has done. And again, I wanted to say thank you. It was a true collaboration event, putting this project together, listening to the community. That was the first part. And then the next part with the planning and zoning and taking their input, and then also your input as well. So again, I'm just truly grateful to be a part of this town. You know, we do have something special here. And this is just the beginning. And I always highlight when I love coming down Main Street, that's what makes this place so special when I come down here. And I realize when there's more rooftops, more things, there's going to be more activity. And it is going to be something special. And it's great that, you know, that we're going to share this great community, because it is a great community. And when other people start seeing it, they're going to want to come here. So anyways, thank you, and I appreciate everything. Bye-bye.
Mr. Dobson, I would just personally like to, for those that don't know you and don't know the investment that you have put into this town, you're not just somebody new that rolled into town and is trying to sell us off to the highest bidder. You have been committed to this town for years. You have made numerous investments on our Main Street, and we, to this day, are at your laundromat. You just leased out that gorgeous brick building to an insurance agent. So your investment goes beyond just purchasing land or selling land or doing that. You are truly invested in this community. From what I have seen and from the conversations I have had with you and your staff and everybody that is with you, you've always been pleasant, and you have a vision that matches, I think, what a lot of us envision: keeping Florence historic, keeping Florence friendly, and keeping Florence, the Florence that we all fell in love with, while we grow. Growth does not mean that we're going to lose our heritage. Growth does not mean that we're going to lose what made us the staple of this community or what drew every single one of us that is sitting in this room, whether we've been here for 7 generations or for 10 years. We all came here because we fell in love with this town, and we see a bright future for it. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I was going to say the same things, absolutely, 100%.
Thank you, and
You're
you are
fantastic.
very humble.
No, I'm just great to be around a great bunch of people that live in this community.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being part of it. And thank you for accompanying him this evening. All right, our next agenda item is item 8B. This is the second reading and possible adoption of ordinance number 735-24, an ordinance of the Town of Florence, Pinal County, Arizona, striking section 3026, work session meetings from the town code. Ms. Garcia.
Mayor and members of council, as you'll recall, on January 16th, 2024, you amended your council procedures. And what you did was you allowed for Zoom to be used as a participation tool in your work sessions. So what this does is this removes this section from the code. On February 16th, that policy and procedure did go into place. It's currently active. If you have any future work sessions, there will be Zoom links. It will be aired on YouTube, and every meeting will just be handled the same way. And that's why we're asking for it to be stricken from the code, because there's no separation between a work session, a special meeting, nor a regular meeting. The public will be allowed to participate via Zoom.
Does staff have any questions to that? No question. Okay, it is the second reading, so we need a motion.
I make a motion, we approve ordinance 735-24.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Opposed. All right, with that, we'll go to item number 9, new business. Item number 9A is discussion approval, disapproval to purchase 3 2024 Chevrolet 1500 Silverado Crew Cab from Courtesy Chevrolet in Phoenix in an amount not to exceed $267,286.65. Chief Bruce Walls.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, good evening. We have been involved in the enterprise leasing program for a few years now. Council will remember they approved our first set of 5 vehicles, and we were told by Enterprise that we would get those vehicles probably in a pretty expedient manner. Got those first 5 vehicles approximately a year and a couple of months later. We're experiencing the same problem right now with the second set of 5 vehicles that council approved. Enterprise is telling us that we'll only get 2 of those vehicles, and your guess is as good as mine of when those vehicles will roll off the line. We're anticipating probably late this year, early next year. Council, the vehicle that 6 of my officers are driving around in are 2013s, and they are at 100,000 miles plus. We need to make sure that our officers are able to go ahead and respond to calls for service and make sure that our citizens stay safe. In anticipation of this particular problem, I've reached out to the town manager and our finance team, and we wanted to come up with some additional options to go and present to council to see if we can go ahead and make sure the police department fleet stays viable. We looked at Ford F-150s, not available. We looked at Ford Explorers, not available. And we looked at Chevy Tahoes, not available. We were fortunate enough to go ahead and find 3 Chevy Silverados 2024 that are police packaged. And we're able to go ahead and get those vehicles by May. We wanted to see if we couldn't get a hold on those vehicles, because I know if we don't, those vehicles are going to be gone relatively quickly. So setting before council is that proposal, in hopes that we will be able to make sure that our police officers have vehicles that they can go ahead and respond in, and we make sure that our fleet stays viable. And I'm available for questions.
Councilmember Larson?
Just to clarify for the public as well, this is fully equipped? Not fully equipped?
The price tag that I believe was about 260 some odd thousand, that is fully equipped.
That's what I was, okay, thank you.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
So my question is going to be for Becky. While, if we're doing this, that's now going to change, I would assume, our agreement with the leasing company, because are we going to still need the 5 vehicles from them whenever they show up?
Well, we're behind a year right now, so we will not get those vehicles until the next year. So what we'll do is just order 2 more vehicles. Pardon me, let's see, he's getting 3 right now, so we would get 3 next year as well, because I think 2 will be ready at that point in time. Chris is going to be, or Mr. Salas will be presenting a list of vehicles for next year, so that will probably be included on those.
Okay.
And it does not affect our enterprise agreement at all.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we need a motion.
I make a motion to approve agenda item 9A.
Second.
I second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, council.
Item B.
Sorry, I was delayed on that, Mayor.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wasn't, sorry, I was a little delayed.
Oh, you're fine.
We heard you. It's all right. A little delay, and it's absolutely fine. We'll make it work. Item B is discussion, approval, disapproval to make a payment of $334,080 to the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System, known as PSPRS, from the general fund to pay for the unfunded liability for police and fire. Ms. Jimenez.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Town Council, yes, this is our ongoing efforts to keep up with our public safety retirement liability by paying this payment based on the actuarial from last year. It will catch us up. Every year they do a new actuarial, so we will see this next year what we have in liability, but at least this mitigates accumulating a large balance to be paid out like we did in the previous I think it was 3 years ago that we had to make a large payment to kind of mitigate our liability. So we're requesting that you approve this. We have available funds based on our budget that is coming under budget this year, so we'll be able to easily make this payment.
Does council have any questions?
So sorry. My allergies, my sincere apologies.
No questions.
All right, seeing no such further comments or questions, we do need a motion.
Make a motion to approve agenda item 9B.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
You would think this rain would help, but it really hasn't, so my apologies. Item C is discussion, approval, disapproval of resolution number 1894-24. This is a resolution of the Town of Florence, Pinal County, Arizona, approving the purchase of parcel number 1SC041, belonging to the State of Arizona Department of Transportation, located at 700 South Street in Florence, Arizona, to be dedicated for exclusive use by the Town of Florence for a park and related operations and for other municipal uses, and declaring an emergency. Ms. Garcia.
That park is located at 700 South Main Street, and it's known as Main Street Park. It began being used as Main Street Park between the years of 1938 and 1959. That's when the state procured those parcels necessary to have it be. We've been working with the state, Arizona Department of Transportation, for approximately 2 years on this process. Pinal County is aware, and we have agreed to continue leasing space to Pinal County while we share some of the maintenance yard space. This will allow the town of Florence to enter into a new CIP project where we can put in improvements in a park that is owned by the town of Florence versus a park that was leased. As you will recall, our lease did include all improvements of the park remained with the land, and therefore were not able to be taken off the land. So this town has not yet put in public restrooms. We have not done significant improvements. This will give us the ability to do that. Once the town of Florence enters into the agreement, we will send it over to the Arizona Department of Transportation. The cost for the land is $315,000 for fee simple. ADOT does charge a $20,000 fee, makes the total cost for the purchase $335,000. There is a statute that I included. It's 287095, conveyance of property not needed for transportation purposes. And Section B states that basically that when they get an appraisal, if sold to a municipality, it goes for the market value. If it was not sold to market value, it would go to an auction, and the price could be significantly higher in value because we would start the bidding at that appraised value. Town of Florence is looking forward to adding this parcel as part of our property and continuing with planning for future use.
All right, thank you very much for that detailed explanation. Council, do you have any questions regarding this item? Mr. Neal, council member?
It's just one comment. I had several people call me up, Stoner Park, for those of y'all that don't know, Stoner Park, because I had people calling me asking me, where the heck is Main Street Park? It's Stoner Park.
Yeah. Mayor. That's what us natives call it. That's what the high school kids call it. Okay. Who's been maintaining this park?
The town of Florence takes care of the Main Street Park portion. The county has the significant amount of land behind it that's known as the maintenance yard.
Okay.
Town of Florence will continue to lease that property to the Pinal County. Pinal County is building a new maintenance yard in Florence, Arizona. They expect for it to be ready in 2026.
Okay, thank you so much. With that, we need a motion.
Make a motion to approve resolution number 1894-24.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Item D is discussion, approval, disapproval of the appointment of Lonnie Frost, Fred Capolongo, and Gordon Lehman Jr. to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a term to expire December 31st, 2026, and an appointment of Michael Vanderstar and Kathleen DeRosa as alternates to the Planning and Zoning Commission with term to expire on December 31st, 2026. Ms. Lisa Garcia.
Mayor and members of council, last week, the two liaisons as well as the staff liaison did conduct interviews, and we followed the procedures that are outlined in the council's policy and procedures for appointment of council or commission members. The recommendation is to appoint Lonnie Frost, Fred Capolongo, and Gordon Lehman Jr. to the Planning and Zoning Commission with the term to expire December 31st, 2026, and an appointment of Michael Vanderstar and Kathleen DeRosa as alternates to the Planning and Zoning Commission with the term also to expire on December 31st, 2026.
All right, thank you. Any discussion, conversations from council? Go ahead, council member.
A lot of people have asked why we did interviews because in the time that I've been here, we've never done interviews for our boards and commissions that I'm aware of. I've been on HDAC twice now and never have done an interview until now. This is the first time for HDAC. When we have more people requesting a seat than we have seats available, we have to do interviews. Even if you are currently holding that seat, if your seat is now coming due, you have to re-interview or interview to try to get your seat. I did our interviews for HDAC recently, last week. We had somebody resign, so now we have as many people applying as we do seats. However, that'll pan out. I personally think it's very important to do interviews, regardless if you have the same number requesting a seat as you do seats, if you have more or you have less. I think it's very important because you can put whatever you want on a piece of paper as to why you should be there, what your qualifications are, but sometimes you need to have that conversation. And you need to understand better why somebody is going to be there and what their impact is going to be on that board. I, for one, love a board that is active. I love a board that engages in communication and conversation as they sit here, and a board that goes out into the community and does investigations. They do background. They want to make sure that they're making the best decision. So I know that the interviews were not welcomed by all, but I, for one, wish that every board and commission, regardless of how many seats are available and how many people are applying, would at least do a conversation with council and even this sitting board, so that way everybody knows that it's a good fit. Because sometimes you might think you're a good fit for a certain board and it's not the right fit for you, or maybe you're just trying to get your toes dipped into being on a board and commission, and maybe we could recommend a different one for you because that one might be better for somebody who's just getting into being on boards and commissions, versus planning and zoning needs people that have experience. Planning and zoning needs people that can understand code or whatever. HDAC needs people that understand historical properties and understand how to work with SHPO and things like that. So that's just my 2 cents on this.
Councilmember Larson?
The big takeaway that I wanted to make sure to express is our gratitude for the people that serve on these boards and commissions. It's not a paid gig. It's something that they're putting a lot of time, effort, energy, history, and they are going out and doing hands-on work for this unpaid job. They're taking public scrutiny. It's not something that's easy, and it's not something that's lost on me, the dedication that they put into this. So I want to make sure to send, my deepest appreciation for those that applied, but also that have put in their tenure, have put in their time into these boards and commissions. And I just want to make sure that they understand that we do appreciate it. And whether I'm a liaison or not, my phone number is right there. Feel free to give me a call. I appreciate all of the input that they put into our community and into our decisions ultimately at the end. So.
Councilmember Buccellato, would you like to say anything as well?
Yes, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know the first set of interviews that were done this year was for an ad hoc, and I don't know if that's something that's naturally done because this is the first time I've been involved in an ad hoc, but we also had interviews for that. And it was so refreshing to see, for the first time in a long time, more people than positions or as seats on the ad hoc. And it's nice to have that, and this is a very good problem to have. And things that have been in the past maybe didn't work so well before, and we are trying to, do things correctly. And if that's having interviews, I know I checked into why we're having interviews. I know a few other people did as well. But if anybody asked that question in the interview, it was explained to them on why. And, nobody left there having any questions, and it was all taken in really well. And it was just really nice to have a hard time deciding on who was fit for, that, because everybody is just so full of life and so excited about this town. And it's just really nice and refreshing to see. So, and, being a liaison for that commission, this was my first time doing those interviews for that board. And, everybody really, gave it their all and put a lot into it, and I just wanted to say thank you as well to them, and, we appreciate you.
Anybody else have anything? All right, so I do want to say, I want to go back into a time where we would advertise for boards and commissions, and we didn't have applicants. When you looked out into the audience at our town council meetings, we didn't have participation. And it started to happen where we had one resident come, then two residents come. And now we have participation in our community, and I can look out into the audience and say that we have true representation from all aspects of our community. So I want to say thank you, first of all, for the participation. Second of all, for everybody who's willing to step up on a boards and commission and volunteer their time. It takes a lot to do that. I'm proud of our Planning and Zoning Commission because they've had a lot of hard decisions that they've had to make. And whenever there's any changes or any turnovers, it's not something that's taken lightly, and I respect the decisions that are made by the committee that does the interviewing, and I'm just grateful and appreciative again that we have citizens that are willing to step forward and volunteer their service to the community. So thank you for that. With that, we do need a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And all opposed? And that motion carries. And I do want to recognize we do have Mr. Lehman in the audience, if you'd like to stand up and if you'd like to say a few words, okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, and you're very welcome.
And item E is our discussion, approval, disapproval to enter into an inmate work contract with the Arizona Department of Corrections, Rehabilitation and Reentry and Geosecure Services, LLC, for and on behalf of Florence West Correction and Rehabilitation Facility, also known as the Arizona State Prison, Florence West. Ms. Lisa Garcia.
This goes back to our inmate work contracts. So from time to time, if you've lived here for longer than COVID, you would have seen inmates working along the streets, in the right-of-ways, in the parks, in the cemeteries. Once COVID struck, the rules changed, and the way that we went around securing inmates to be able to work was completely different. There were stricter protocols that led to people not being able to put the inmates out into the field due to sickness, as well as there were fire watches where the governor assigned a task force of inmates to be able to be that first line of defense against wildland fires. Since that time, the Arizona Department of Corrections, as well as GEO, is looking to get the inmates back involved in a work program. The work program has slightly changed. It's back to the way it was in the 1990s. So when I first started working for the town of Florence, our personnel would actually supervise the inmates. We would pick them up, we would carry them to the site, we would stay with them while they worked, and we would return them. That is basically how this works. Our staff that will be involved with it will receive training from Arizona Department of Corrections, and they are comfortable with working with them. We're also looking at other potential future ways that we could be able to work with them by hiring possibly staff that would be able to be former correctional officers that would do this, take them on site, but that would be a budgetary position. Until such time that our staff is trained and we have the means to be able to take them into the field, we would not be able to work with them. But once we did have the means and are comfortable taking them into the field, we have the ability to have up to 10 inmates working on a crew, 50 cents per hour. We would be able to tell them the number of hours per week we would want to have the inmate work crew out into the field, so we could do 6 hours Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We could do 4 hours Tuesdays and Thursdays. It just depends on how much we can keep them occupied, but we are very much looking forward to the extra working relationships and getting a team back in action for Florence.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on that? Commander Maldonado. Oh, Councilmember Maldonado, go ahead.
All right, I'd just like to say, being a former maintenance personnel at a correctional facility and working with inmates, I think it's real important to get them involved in the community and part of their recidivism. And, you know, that it goes with that old saying, you know, idle mind is the devil's playground. So I think it's good that we're using the inmate labor again, and a lot of those guys are on the path towards bettering themselves, and I think this is a great opportunity for them, and it's a win-win, so I'm all for it.
The inmates involved in the program have 1 or 2 years left in custody, and they are low-level inmates. There is no tendencies towards violence.
All right, if there's any further questions or comments, otherwise we need a motion.
Motion to approve 9E and enter into a contract with Geo Services for the inmate work contract.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item F is discussion on draft of C-Click Fix policy suggestions by Lisa Garcia and Jeff Graves.
Mayor, members of council, first I want to say that we brought the draft so not only council could see what we're currently working on, but also so that the citizens could see this. I would like to go back to some of the conversations that were had in the first call to the public and make some responses. Approximately 3 years ago, this town of Florence started working on updating the town code, and approximately 2 years ago, the town went in and adopted that town code. What that town code did was create staggered penalties, was that the correct words? Increasing penalties for each time you're processed through the system. And so if it's your first offense, you're on one, you're on a second offense, you're on another. So we have to remember that that's part of the code of the town of Florence. So what is also happens is that once you start working through a enforcement situation, that it goes to court and a judge may clean and lien your property. The first goal is to make sure that there can be assistance if there is special reasons of why the property can't be cleaned. The judge tries to work with them and go through that process. If it takes the town of Florence to hire a maintenance crew to come out and clean your yard and it costs $200, then that is attached as a lien to your property. That's part of the ordinance that was adopted, and that is part of our clean and lien code. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew it does not go through council, it goes through the court system. C-Click Fix was approved 2 years ago. We've started down this path. Much like other communities, there were no filters or requirements put in place, and that gave the ability for the public to enter in, work with the system, post pictures, and participate in the cleanup. During this time, we have found that we are seeing an increased level of incivility within the program, and we're asking for property to property, individual property to property complaints for there not to be allowed continue input from the public. If it's a town property, we are asking that the public be open to continue to be able to input. If it's private property, we're asking that it be allowed to go through the system, but not have the continuation of public comment. Again, this is comments that we're putting out there for the residents. We're hoping to have citizen participation by acknowledging what they like, don't like about the current policy as it's laid out, and we would be even willing to have a forum where we do a C-Click Fix night, and Mr. Graves and myself can come in and present the draft to the public if the council so chooses. We'd like to have all of the public to be able to have their feedback back to us by April 1st. We'd like to have a second go at presenting this mid-April to council. Jeff, would you like to add anything?
I think that's a great idea to bring that forward and have that public input, that meeting. We can have it right over at the community center. As well as to put it out onto our town site, social media, so that way they know who they can comment to, like email. Don't post it to social media. Half of us don't see it.
I do want to add one more thing. As part of the process, Jeff did send a email with a copy of the agenda item to all emails that have registered to be part of C-Click Fix. So if you're out there and you have a registered account with C-Click Fix, you should have received a copy of this agenda item. If you did not receive a copy of the agenda item, please give us a call so that we can look into why.
All right. Council, any other questions or comments regarding this item? Go ahead.
A couple things. So when we first talked about this, one of our concerns was the people posting anonymously, but also people posting with their names and then becoming targets of the community. And so that's exactly what we're seeing, and it's going both ways. One person doesn't like that somebody reported them, and the conversation continues. I don't think there should be any public comments personally. If you have an issue with a property, report your property through C-Click Fix, and then it'll go through the system, it'll go through whatever, because then we eliminate the ability for people to get nasty with each other on a forum that was not meant for that to happen. It was literally meant for you to say, hey, Town of Florence, your weeds are as tall as your building. Can you please do something about it? Or, hey, this property over here, it has a hazard in it. Can we please take care of it? There is one clarification that I would like to make. We did not make codes. They've been there. We've done some adjustments, and we increased the step system of the fines, and we did that because somebody would get told, hey, you gotta mitigate your you've got to get your property cleaned up because your weeds are as tall as I am, or you've got broken down vehicles that are a hazard to children, or all this stuff, and they wouldn't do anything about it. And then the community would complain, well, we keep complaining about this property and nothing gets done. And so then they would real quick clean it up, wipe the slate clean, and then the next time, 3 months later or however long later, we'd have the same problem. But every time they fixed the problem, it started that clock over. And so after listening to the community, it was like, we have to figure out how to get people, whether it's commercial or residential or town property, whatever property it is, to understand that this is not going to be acceptable anymore. We're expecting everybody to maintain their yards so that they look presentable, so that there's not hazards when your weeds are tall. There's things that can be in those weeds that could cause harm to people. There's snakes and all kinds of things that could hide in those weeds. And so it's just a hazard, and it's your neighbor has just as much rights to have a nice community as the next person. So I don't think we should have community comments. Report your complaint. And also because once you report your complaint, it's not your property. So you're not entitled to know what the outcome was in court. You get to make your complaint. If it's the same property over and over, keep making that complaint. We've now created the step system. The court system will deal with that person, and eventually we'll figure it out. But you are not entitled to know what the court said to that person. If you want to know, show up to that court date. But we're not going to be telling you what that court system said. That's not our job. to tell you what the court said to Michelle Cordes because her yard was unkept or because she had something in the front that shouldn't be there. I think it's important that people understand that. You have the right to point out the violation, but you don't have the right to then become the keeper of that process and ensuring that the court does their job. That's the court's job. Not your job as a citizen and not my job as a council member. My job is to ensure that we are following the policies and procedures that we put in place. So I think that's important that people understand that. I also think that it's very important that we have that one person that is working the system on our end. We have too many people in that system. Too many people on our staff side making comments, too many people closing out records, too many people doing all this stuff, and that has created part of the confusion because a record will get closed out, but nothing was done. And so then the community that complained about it gets upset because they're like, I just drove by it and it wasn't done. So we need to make sure that we are staying our track on our side, that we're mainstreaming it. We don't need 10 hands in this. It literally can be 1 or 2 people in my mind. We don't need 10 people working inside SeeClickFix because we're just creating more of an issue for the public because we're confusing them. We're saying a property's good and we're all looking at it saying it's not. Or we're saying a property's not good because we didn't get in there to clear it out and they've had it cleaned for 3 months. So those are my comments and my suggestions. Take it for what it's worth, I guess.
The only piece that I really want to add, I agree with everything about it being a personal property and that somebody isn't entitled to know the information as to how it transpires past them posting it. The good part I want to make sure that's expressed is that SeeClickFix allows a level of transparency in our government as to what's not working and where we are working. So it is, the beautiful thing is that it holds us accountable to take action and that nobody can drive past it and say that nobody knew or that nobody saw it. So there is beauty in a program like this that adds a level of transparency for what the government is doing, what your taxpayers are what they're paying for. That we have people that are genuinely going out and making a difference in these homes and making sure that they're held to that same level of responsibility. So to get rid of the program I think would be foolish, and I think that the policies definitely just need to be refined, and I look forward to the public having input on that. So
I have a comment, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I also want to just agree with what has been said. You know, I've been forwarded some emails from, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. It was just acoustics.
Okay, from people on, you know, both ends, people that have received notices and people that, you know, are reporting. And I know that there has been a lot of mistakes along the way with the program itself, but I definitely think when you get a software like this, like there needs to be some extensive training in the community development side, as well as, you know, the staff administration side as well. So that way everybody knows what they're talking about, and mistakes that, you know, can't get somebody hurt, you know, aren't made, or can get somebody hurt aren't made. So I think if this program is utilized correctly and you take out that part of the equation, I think it would be a much better application. And I have been pretty vocal about this. I know you guys have all heard from me. And I have sent multiple emails on this issue because this is something that really can just disturb a community. Thank you.
Very welcome. All right, so Ms. Garcia, you have direction to proceed with a community meeting as well as to advertise the information. And again, this is open. This is a draft for policy suggestions. And this was just a discussion that occurred. No vote is necessary. Next agenda item is our legislative report. Mr. Graves, I know we have some great news on local control.
That's correct. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. It's the 71st day of the session, and committee calendars are full this week as the legislature prepares for Friday's cross-committee deadline. After the 22nd, any bill that has not been heard by the relevant House and Senate committee will be dead, for this session anyhow. As a result, after this week, we expect work on the budget to ramp up significantly. Thus far, there's been very little talk or activity on the budget, so we'll see how that tracks in the weeks ahead. To the item you mentioned, we did receive the news today that Governor Hobbs has vetoed HB 2570, the so-called Starter Homes Act, citing unclear outcomes and potential fire and safety concerns associated with increased density and overcrowding that would have been allowed by this bill. The governor urged stakeholders to find a better path and continue working on other housing solutions. And so I'll leave it there for my update this evening, but I'll be happy to take any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Graves? No, sir, but thank you for keeping us informed, and we're following online with the updates as well. We have our second call to the public this evening. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak at this time? Okay, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 in the order that y'all raised your hands. So 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I just wanted to rectify the perception of south of the Gila. It was created as a forum, as a platform to talk about issues south of the Gila. It's not exclusive, or it doesn't bar anybody north of the Gila or way south of the Gila to join us in the discussion. We're not in control of everybody on social media, so some things have been said that have been awkward and, just uncomfortable. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that if and when we have another meeting, everybody's included. And we are now south of the Gila Friends of Old Town, and we're always going to be Old Town, and we're always going to be south of the Gila, but we're all Florence people, and we want to welcome everybody. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Hi. I forgot to say where I lived last time.
Oh, that's okay.
Anyway, I still live on the racetrack, Butte Street. Just saying. I want to emphasize what Annie just said about the south of the Gila. We organized because I think it was a couple years ago when there was talk about putting a recycling center on Ruggles, and people were up in arms and stuff, and there was some commentary coming from I don't remember where about this is a problem, about how the yard thing and the weeds and the old cars and stuff, that this was an issue for of people south of the Gila. And I think some of us got our feelings hurt and thinking we're not the poor cousins, we do live south of the Gila, but it's different. There's no question that Old Town, historic Florence, and Anthem are two different places demographically, just socially. We are different, but we also are all part of Florence. But economically, Old Town Florence is it's a different animal. And we accept that, but we don't want to be separate. We don't want, we want to be inclusive. And on our South of the Gila Facebook page, we said that when we started realizing that people were looking at this as a divisionary, as a division, and we don't want it to be that way at all. We love this town, and we know that there are a lot of people north of the Gila who also love Old Town. And we really do want to be inclusive, and we don't, and, things get said, and there are misunderstandings all the time, and I've been in my share of arguments on Nextdoor, which I should know better than to even go there. But, about how Old Town gets in its own way, and, and this community does this, and this community does that. And we would really love cooperation and input and to, some togetherness. I know I'm sounding like Pollyanna here, but we really strongly feel like the more we can cooperate and come to agreement and, and recognize that this is it's just such a unique and amazing town. And we really would like for everybody to let us know how we can all make it better. And really quickly, that click and fix thing where somebody got cited in 6 days, I have that on my phone, but I'll save that for the click and fix meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Emily Green, right? Heather Green, I apologize. I thought I nailed it for a second.
Heather Green again. Councilwoman Cordes, you just brought up one of my big dreams with that app. Actually, I really have disliked the constant asking for updates on what's going on with all of the violation reports. That's something that seems to really waste a lot of the town employees' time, especially Curtis's time, that always asking for updates. If they can report what's going on, they certainly can drive by and see what's going on, if they want an update. So, I've always thought, where it's at, you turned it in, so why can't you go and see what's going on? If nothing's going on, it could be that something's caught up in the system or what have you, They can always ask, I suppose, pick up the phone and call. But a lot of things aren't always directed to Curtis either. It goes to multiple departments. I love that you're closing down duplicate posts. That's wonderful because that is a humongous confusion for a lot of people that pay attention to those things, so thank you, Lisa, for doing that. Yay. I forgot what else I was going to say up here. And I also wanted to bring up that maybe we limit the posts. How many posts can be posted a month per person, maybe? Maybe they'll save it for important things instead of a whole bunch of posts for little amounts of weeds. I mean, I have seen some posts that are absolutely ridiculous on a couple of weeds. Maybe that's just a thought on that too. Thank you.
I appreciate your feedback, and we look forward to everybody's participation at the meeting. All right. Ms. Ramirez. Run, Chris.
Sorry.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I'd personally like to see the C-Click Picks app go away. Our neighbors shouldn't be snitching on each other. And the more I think about it, it's like, where does it say in our little We the People paperwork to, life, liberty, and property, where does it state that we can become harassed for weeds and things like that? It rubs a lot of people the wrong way. And I also wanted to, thank the public. Oh my God, there's so many here that came out tonight, and it's wonderful to see. We need all of us to be at these meetings, to read the agendas, to pay attention to what's happening in our town. See-Click Fix is just a very small thing that everybody's concerned about, but there's a lot of things that's happening that we all need to be mindful of to be here and speak our mind. It's our right to be here, and it's our right to speak. So I appreciate everybody that came and spoke at whatever their concern was tonight. And that's why I started questioning items on the consent agenda, council. It's the public's right. And tonight, going through the agenda, I started reading it over the weekend and saw $263,000, and I'm like, wait, what? And then I asked myself, you know, y'all were gonna just pass that agenda. Michelle questioned something, but did that not raise any of your other council members' eyebrows about this $263,000? This gave me flashbacks of the $8 million that Chris Salas brought up in a few meetings ago for the sewer plant at Florence Gardens that's stuck in a drawer for years. Meanwhile, inflation comes and now the taxpayers are stuck with an $8 million bill. Why are these people still employed here? I don't get it. This is our tax dollars that's being inflated and misspent at the hands of careless people within our town. It's not acceptable at all, and nobody questions it. So we the people, that's why we need to read the agendas to see what the heck is going on. Nobody would have questioned that tonight. And we just need to be mindful of that. Another thing, these public hearings, is there any way you guys can extend the radius to notifications to people that live in a mile radius or something to attend these public hearings or community meetings? Because the farther we grow is rural areas, and people won't get a notice to even attend these meetings.
All right, thank you so much. Mrs. Haar, you're up next.
Hi, good evening once again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I want to address where Ms. Green openly admitted harassing myself and Ms. Reese on C-Click-Fix. I'm going to tell you right now, I've never harassed anybody on that platform or on social media, period. I've used that application as it was meant to be. I've also never peeked over any 6-foot wall, taking pictures of somebody's property that's behind a fenced wall or a brick wall. I think she said it was an HOA area. So she has her facts incorrect, and she shouldn't be throwing people out there if she doesn't have her facts correctly. And I will be talking to the Chief of Police regarding that issue because it's all on record. I've been working on trying to get our town beautified since January of 2017. And I'm gonna throw 3 properties that was recorded and something happened. There was a vehicle fire on Orlando Street last year. That vehicle was reported inoperable and it caught on fire. And I think maybe 2 vehicles caught on fire on that street. My mother lives on that street. There was a trailer fire at a corner from where I live on Park Street. Double wide trailer. It's been vacant for decades. That was reported, caught on fire. There was a community member that was transit, and he lived on Elizabeth Street in a home that he shouldn't have been living in. It needs to be demolished. Guess what? He was found dead in that home. So when people want to say we're being snitches and we're harassing them, that's not the case. We care about our community members and we care about our community. So for you to sit there and say we're this and we're that, shame on you. Try to be a part of the solution, because I have. Also met with Keith Eaton when he was community director, Lisa Garcia, Michelle Cordes, and about 8 or 10 of community members back in January of 2022 to go over our concerns and issues. That's when council finally started, I don't want to say finally started listening, you took into effect what we were talking about, and that's when you voted in C-Click-Fix. Again, we said we were worried that the same thing was going to happen if you keep the same gatekeepers. So, Councilwoman Cordes, I'm glad you said there's too many hands in the pot, because there is. And I think if we're reporting something, we should at least get an update, not me personally, but just on the system to say this is where this at, this is where that is at. And in regards to the C-Click policies, can ordinance be...
I'm sorry, the system timed it out, but we are going to have a good meeting on that C-Click-Fix policy, so I look forward to your participation. Ms. Jo Ruiz is next.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you once again for taking my second call. This evening has brought about a great deal of information, and people that don't want to get it, they're just not going to get it. And I'm not going to waste my time on that kind. Now, I will say to Ms. Green, your falsehoods are horrific, nothing less than stellar. And I would invite you, ma'am, that if you have any videos or if you have any pictures of me climbing these walls, 6-foot walls at that, when I stand 5'6" and 3/4, please bring those forth, because I will definitely make that publicly known. But I'm not worried about it, and here's why I'm not, because I haven't done that. So I don't know who your informants are. I really don't care at this point. What I will say to council is thank you very much for keeping this program.
Can we stay on the topic of an agenda item that could potentially appear before the council instead of addressing each other separately?
Thank you very much.
Sure, not a problem. So in doing this, and thank you once again for allowing me after your interruption, I will continue to use C-Click-Fix. I really am not concerned. I can't take anything personal about what folks say. They know who they are. But I will continue to use it. I'm grateful for it. And I appreciate so much that Ms. Cordes, you gave a very good presentation. I look forward to this forum where we can all meet and sit down and stop all this ridiculousness. Ms. Garcia, you know how long I've been working at this, and I'm certain if I've done anything illegal as per certain people, you would be the first to let me know. So would the chief. So this is what I have to say. I have a lot of thanks to give to you as council. Thank you for caring that we care and that we are part of the solution. And one final thing, the 90-year-olds that were brought up, for the record, I'm related to one of them. And yes, I did get out there and help. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz. Ms. Cox?
Good evening, again. It's been quite a meeting, and it was a good participation with the town and the residents here, taxpayers that are allowed to have a voice. Thank you for hearing everyone. Thank you for keeping the community safe, and that's how we like it. And it was a good turnout. And we all just need to come together. Maybe a good thing would be a town debate. Maybe we can plan one of those sometime soon. But it was good to hear everyone's concerns and resolutions, and let's become united. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to speak this evening? Seeing no further, I'm going to close the final call to the public. Moving on to call to the council. Councilmember Neal.
I got a lot of calls and a lot of people yelling at me about the water outage last week. A lot of people inconvenienced. I live in Florence. I was also inconvenienced, but I know it was an accident. No one turns off people's water on purpose. But for saying that, I just want to say the people that were most inconvenienced was our work crew that went out Friday night until 1 in the morning to fix something that the crew building the county building broke. And then again Monday, after they broke the exact same thing that they had blocked off. I just want to tell our crew, thank you. You are appreciated. They're the real inconvenienced ones. Go Gophers.
Councilmember Larson?
I just wanted to call out the fact that I think, Chris, I know you're juggling a lot of stuff, and I feel like tonight was a very contentious atmosphere. And I just want to tell you that I know a lot of your projects are really hard. You have a lot on your plate, and I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you tonight, and I know it was hard to stand up there and be held for that. So sometimes things just aren't perfect, and some things in the past we can't change, and we just have to roll with where we're going in the future and learn from the mistake and just move on. And I think that goes for all of our department heads. I just want to express my gratitude for all the hard work that you guys do. I know it's not always easy, and it's, you know, we're not working with a perfect system. We're all just learning from our experiences and changing things for the better. And to the south of the Gila comments, I just wanted to say, from somebody who is not south of the Gila, is that I love this community with my whole heart. I wouldn't be up here if I didn't. I care so much about our downtown. I care about the neighborhoods and the community of the people who live in the community down here. I care about the heritage and history. So it was very disheartening personally to not be involved in those things, because I care so deeply about them. So it is great that you guys were able to address that tonight, and just know that we are all one Florence. We care about this community, you know, to our death. I wouldn't have been up here if I didn't care. And I know it's different, and there is a lot of different, you know, demographics and history built into both. But out of respect, you know, we want to make sure to honor that. So it's important that we have that teamwork. And I think that goes to all the conversations tonight. I personally do not like the way that these interactions have gone tonight. Person versus person and community dragging each other apart. That is not who we are. And I think that if we're going to start talking about doing better here or anywhere, we have to start with ourselves. And like there's no respect going on right now. And I think that we need to hold each other and ourselves accountable to being more respectful. So, you know, you can have civil conversations and just try to seek to understand. So just wanted to make sure I put that out there.
Councilmember Maldonado?
All I'd like to say is, see, click, fix, okay? I'm hoping it's here to stay. I really do. Okay, it's here. It's an indicator, okay? In the Legion, we got this thing, it's called a buddy check, okay? Sometimes you fall out of touch with folks, okay? These are indicators. You know, if you see somebody's grass growing high, that could be your neighbor's depressed, or something's going on physically or emotionally. So these are indicators, okay? So see, click, fix is a good thing, okay? It's not such a bad thing, okay? Because it gives you these indications of maybe this person needs help. Okay, maybe I could reach out to this non-for-profit or these organizations that help these folks and can see sometimes there's bigger issues than just there's weeds, okay? Sometimes there's underlying issues like PTSD or whatnot. So the glass doesn't always have to be half empty. It can be half full. Thank you.
Councilmember Cortez? I won't. I was going to go up over.
Don't forget her. We kept forgetting, and she kept scaring us. Some of us from council attended the Women's Club Denim and Diamonds, or Diamonds and Denim. I can't remember which way that goes. Always a great event. I love attending those types of things. I love that we as a council have started to really support the events that are going on with our different civic organizations and helping them raise money for whatever their needs are. I loved hearing the history of the building. I actually didn't know that it took 6 years to build it, and the prisoners built that building. I didn't know that. So I learned something new. It's always good to learn something new every day. I do think that I am admittedly and will always proudly admit that I am very tough on staff, and that doesn't sit well with some people. Some people don't like that I'm tough on staff, but that's my job. I was put up here to be tough on staff, to be tough on the community, to make sure that we are always doing what's right. You may not agree with it or you may not like it, but we have to think, when we were put up here, it wasn't for my personal interest, It wasn't to protect just my little piece of neighborhood. It was to help the entire community. So I'm not always going to agree with this one person all the time, and I'm gonna not always disagree with this person. Like, there's gonna be times that you like me and you don't like me, but it's our job to decide and weigh that and take that risk. Our staff takes that risk in every decision they make as well. Do we all make mistakes? Yes. Our staff has made mistakes. Council, this council, former councils, and future councils are all gonna make mistakes. The important part is that when we make that mistake, we acknowledge it, we learn from it, and we move forward. And we don't stick on it and dwell on it forever. We made that mistake, okay, what do we do different next time? And we move forward. And that's the most important part. The one thing that I take away from this meeting, and probably a lot of our meetings, is communication. The communication on all levels needs to improve. There were 3 proclamations handed out this weekend that council wasn't aware of, wasn't invited to, and I would have loved to have attended those events, but I wasn't included in that invite for whatever reason. Again, lack of communication. So it's important that we always communicate with each other, and that when we don't communicate, that we're okay with admitting that we didn't communicate, that we messed up, and we're gonna fix it, and we're gonna move forward, and we're gonna do better, because this is a beautiful town. And there is a reason why people are so passionate and get snippy with each other, because we love this town and we don't wanna see it not be the vision that we all have for this town. And so with that, go Gophers.
Councilmember Buccellato.
I know it's pretty late, so I'll keep mine short, as a lot of what I was going to say has already been said, but I would like to say that when I messaged the South of the Gila admins, I asked if the meetings they were having were just for people that lived south of the Gila, or if anybody could join, and I was told immediately, anybody can come to our meetings. So I don't think it's fair to say that they're excluding people if we haven't made that attempt to join, or to ask if we could join or why. I was booted off an Anthem page during campaign season, and no reason was given, and I messaged and no response was given. And so I think that, pendulum swings both ways, and it's up to us to change this, because I have got to know everybody in this town that I could, or that I've crossed paths with, and I have made an effort to communicate as much as I possibly can since I have been on council, and I can stand by that. I do want to say, we just need to be careful of censoring too many things as well, because people do have the right to speak, and do have the right to post, and do have the right to run whatever sites they want to run, as long as it's, their page. Now, when it comes to our page, I feel like we could share a lot more things. I think staff need to remember, that we are a council. And I respect our staff. If you need an attaboy, I'll give you an attaboy if you earn that. And if you need some sort of recommendations, or if I see something that I don't think is fair, I'll be the first one to say that, hey, I don't think this is working. And I send out emails left and right, and I try to look into everything. With that being said, it's not fair to say that we weren't going to say anything about consent agenda items, because we do ask a lot of questions before our council meetings when we get our packets via email, via phone calls. So to say that council wasn't going to ask a question on that specific item tonight, you don't know that. It's just you spoke up first, or maybe somebody had already asked that question. So I just want people to remember, we are a council up here. We do try to make the best decisions. And are we going to agree? Yes. And are we going to disagree? Yes. Now, if we agreed all the time, then that would be the real problem. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor?
Well, I was thinking about it, and I too was kicked off a Facebook page in Anthem.
Welcome to the
and
club.
I live in Anthem, And I think it's because I was running for this position. But anyways, you know what, the only thing I have to say is I thank everyone that showed up to the meeting, everyone that was online, anyone that spoke up and told us what your needs are. This is how we listen. And the only way we can do what we do for you is that when you guys are vocal, so thank you.
All right, I'm going to keep mine really brief, but a quick recap. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody that came out, participated in the meeting, as well as stayed online. Bless you all for still being in the audience as well. So we had the Michelle Gallagher tournament scheduled for this weekend, and unfortunately it was rained out. So when it comes to proclamations, I am going to apologize to my fellow council members because there were 3 proclamations, but only 2 were issued so far. So let me break it down. We had the Michelle Gallagher tournament ready, geared up to go. Phil Fedor, he owns Alta over in the Silver King, and he put on a Pony Express. He was with the Roots and Boots Queen Creek Rodeo. It's been advertised all over, and he said, hey, 11:30 to 12 o'clock, sometime around that time, mayor's coming down, we're gonna have a proclamation. I assumed everybody knew that it was happening, but at the same time, we were all supposed to be playing softball. So my intention was to go over during the game, present the proclamation, go back and continue playing. Then we also had our amazing St. Patrick's Day Festival. Again, I didn't know how long the games were going to go. We had no idea when we were actually presenting the proclamation. What ended up happening was, come on down whenever it works. She had said the band is going on at 2. Again, Irish Cowboy put on a fantastic festival. They brought some true Irish heritage to life right here in Florence, Arizona. It happened to work out at 2 o'clock, right before the first band went on. We presented them. And then within that proclamation, nobody knew, not even the owner, because of all of the contributions that they've made in the town of Florence and re-establishing a business and bringing that culture and life together. We made her a celebratory mayor for the day. And I got to take a little bit of a break. No, I'm just kidding, I really didn't. Everybody talked to me all night about things going on. The 3rd proclamation has not been issued yet. As to a date or time, I will make sure everybody knows. I sit on the Pinal region for the First Things First board, and I have a proclamation declaring Week of the Young Child. And the meetings, sometimes they're held on Zoom, sometimes they're held anywhere in Pinal County. So I'll make sure that all council has, and if you want to come to one of our board meetings, you're welcome to attend. And lastly, I want to say thank you to all of the hard work that went on for the Florence Women's Club. These ladies put on some amazing events, and all of the money that they raise goes towards rehabilitating the building. So it's keeping our history and our heritage alive. So that is all I have this evening, and thank you all for being here. We do have a motion to adjourn to the Merrill Ranch Community Facilities District Number 1. Can I have a second?
A second, or you want to?
I just made the motion.
Okay, second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, I'm calling the meeting to order. Lisa, can you take a silent roll call, please? Thank you so much. Item C is discussion and possible approval of the Merrill Ranch Community Facilities District Number 1, January 2nd and February 5th, 2024 meeting minutes. Ms. Garcia?
Minutes have been presented.
All right, need a motion?
So moved.
Need a second? Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, I need a motion to adjourn to a joint executive session between Florence Town Council and Merrill Ranch Community Facilities District.
Make a motion to adjourn to a joint executive session. Oh, I lost it. It's off the
Second.
screen. Yeah, whatever, so moved.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into executive session at this time.